era of football. Est video is purement para intratnamiento y no infringe derechos de autor aniles. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 401. Confidence. Zheng Qi was full of confidence. Of course he should be confident. He was a god-level player, and he was experienced. He had a good chance of dealing with Zheng Qi. Moreover, there would be 3 super-level players coming to support him, and there was only one person protecting the football on the shore. How many people could the opponent come to support? There were 3 auxiliary players on the shore. The only one they could come to support was Li Gui, who was on the shore now. Whether individually or as a whole, he was far inferior to them. In this case, what did he have to worry about? Moreover, Zheng Qi was quite interested in competing with Zheng Qi. This person's attribute point should be very high. Although we don't know how high, we can roughly infer that this guy's attribute points may be over 900. In fact, all the clubs were very surprised by this inference. They couldn't believe that there would be such a pervert. But even if there was no 900, there were at least 890, which could kill 99% of professional players in seconds. Of course, we had to be careful when dealing with such a guy. The opponent's style is to react quickly, be flexible and maneuverable, and be able to hit the opponent's vital point while dodging continuously. However, in the water, it is inevitable that a big discount will be made. After all, the movement underwater is definitely not as smooth as on land. In this case, it is time to play with your own experience. How to use the power of flowing water to reduce the damage caused by the opponent, move with the trend, and use the power of the flowing water itself to increase the damage to the opponent, all of which are what Zheng Qi is good at. Even if Zheng Qi's attributes are strong and his operation is excellent, he still needs a lot of experience to make up for it underwater. In such a contest, he will definitely have a great advantage. The next moment, the two met. In just 1 second, the two fought 4 times. In the back-and-forth fight, Zheng Qi found that Zheng Qi's operation was indeed excellent, and his attributes should also be excellent, but he just stood there and passively fought with himself, which means that he is indeed not very suitable for fighting underwater. In this way, it will be easy. After thinking about it, Zheng Qi planned to attack directly to attract his attention, then bypass him and attack the other side on the shore. As for Zheng Qi, the teammates who followed up would be enough to deal with him. However, just when he was about to attack again, he found that his whole body was stiff. A skill fell from the sky, as if it knew he was there, and landed on him accurately. After passing through the water, the effect of the skill has actually been weakened a lot, and the stiffness is only a short moment, but Zheng Qi, who was just standing there motionless, suddenly moved. Zheng Qi instantly went around behind Zheng Qi, and then a series of skills accurately hit the places that his equipment could not protect. The so-called precise hit to the vital point is not the vital point in reality, but in the game, the place that 8 pieces of equipment cannot protect, often the gap between the equipment. The stiffness was only a moment, but Zheng Qi's blood volume was instantly close to the bottom line. Zheng Qi's face changed. The teammates who followed up had already entangled Zheng Qi, but Zheng Qi was as slippery as a fish in the water, constantly dodging the opponent's attacks and occasionally completing a counter-attack. Looking at this action, how could he not be good at water fighting? But fortunately, his teammates entangled Zheng Qi. At least he did not die, and he could still recover. Just as he was thinking this, an arrow fell from the sky again. The lethality of the chaotic arrow was not very great, but for Zheng Qi, who had just come out of the stiff state and was already at low health, it was a law. Zheng Qi returned to the bench. That guy named Zhu Shan, is his command ability so strong? Zheng Qi asked the coach with a gloomy face. The coach smiled bitterly and nodded. The opponent's 2 skills were so accurate, it was obvious that the coach judged Zheng Qi's direction through his vision and gave guidance to Zheng Qi and others on the shore. Otherwise, with his level, how could he die so aggrievedly? The current situation on the field is not good for Hong Yuan. After Zheng Qi died, Fifan quickly made 2 substitutions. Zheng Qi and Niulua threw 2 large-scale range skills at the river. Although the blocking effect of the river water was not very good, it was still effective. Then they were replaced by Wang Yuanfen, Qingquan and Fulei. Replace 2, replace 3. That's right. Before Zheng Qi died, Yuzi and the river gave up defense and died quickly under the opponent's attack. Now that 10 seconds have passed, 3 people can be replaced. The remaining 4 substitutes also bravely entangled Hong Yuan's players. Together with the Fifan main players who had just come on the court, they directly attacked Hong Yuan, who had lost its core, in the river. When Xiongfei came on the court and prepared to go over to support, there were originally 8 Hong Yuan players in the river, but now there were only 2 left. The player who controlled the ball on the shore could only choose to retreat, but the pursuit behind him was getting closer and closer, and it was getting more and more difficult to get back with Xiongfei. Seeing that he was about to be caught up by the opponent, this was almost certain. Even if the 2 sides moved at the same speed, he was carrying the ball and did not dare to use skills, but the opponent could use skills at will. If he was not caught up, that would be a problem. It was impossible to resist. He was alone, and there were at least 3 opponents chasing him closely behind him, including Zheng Qi. Even without Zheng Qi, he was not sure that he could protect the ball under the double teaming at the opponent. Even if the 3 opponents were amateurs, they could not do it. It was almost the same if he did not protect the ball. So he immediately used a skill on the football, and the football disappeared and refreshed. The stands were boiling at this moment. The football refreshed, which meant that the 2 sides were now starting to compete for the ball. In fact, it was the same. When Xiongfei knew that his teammates were ready to refresh, he had already jumped onto a tent and was ready to look around for traces of the football. Although there were still blind spots, he could see clearly from a high position. Zheng Qi jumped onto the top of the tent almost at the same time. At the same time, at least 5 or 6 players from both sides jumped up separately, and none of them cared about killing the opponent's players. Central part. Zheng Qi shouted loudly, and the next moment, Su Jin, who had followed, raised his hand and used a teleportation skill to teleport him to the central part. Xiongfei also discovered it at the same time. Looking down from the stands, a total of 22 players from both sides rushed to the point where the football was refreshed at the same time. This is the most exciting moment. Whoever gets there first can take the lead. Xiongfei jumped forward like flying. There is a word fly in his name. Maybe his father had foresight and knew that he would have such a style. In addition to organization, his personal receiving ability is very strong. To do this, he must have extremely agile skills. When he took a look just now, he already knew the specific location of the football. On such a map, he was also very familiar with how to move forward. He also saw Zheng Qi's actions just now, but he didn't delay at all. The distance between the 2 sides was about the same. Could Zheng Qi still get the ball before him? After passing a tent, the football refreshed in front. Before passing the tent, Xiongfei was full of confidence, but after passing the tent, his heart immediately cooled down. He did not see the football, but only saw Zheng Qi's back. Then he saw Zheng Qi, who had his back to him, raised his right foot and kicked the ball back with force. Damn it! Xiongfei raised his hand and shot an arrow, but this hasty arrow did not hit the flying ball, and the ball flew far back to Fifan's half. This means that Fifan has taken possession of the ball. Well done, pass it back and forth now, so that they can't figure out where the football is. Zheng Qi, go and entangle Xiongfei, and the others will attack. Zhu Shan said loudly in the team channel. Since just now, he has been constantly directing, using his advantage of having 11 people on the field to constantly give instructions, including the skills that Zheng Shu and Niuliwa successively smashed into the river. He shared Zheng Qi's vision and then told Zheng Shu and Niuliwa to throw the skills towards the specific coordinates. The effect was very good. Xiongfei was killed, and then Hong Yuan's defensor was defeated, and the ball was taken back. We have to try to score another goal. Zhu Shan thought to himself. There are still 5 minutes before the map becomes complicated, and even if there are some unexpected events in the remaining 15 minutes of the first half, they will not be frequent. If we use them well, we can expand the lead to 2 goals, and we can defend better in the second half. Hong Yuan is indeed a very strong team, and their level is also quite good. This is the strongest opponent that Fifan has encountered so far in his undefeated home games. In terms of overall strength, Chongsao is better than Hong Yuan, but because of the schedule, Fifan met Chongsao away in the first half of the season, so it doesn't matter even if they lose. If they can't win the home game against Hong Yuan, it will indeed be a bit troublesome. As the last game of the first round, and also the last home game, if they cannot win, the morale of the team and the confidence of the audience may be greatly affected. It should be noted that there are still several rounds before the start of the second half of the season. If there are problems in this regard, and there are some mistakes in scoring, the second half of the season will be particularly difficult to play. Fortunately, the tactics in the first half have been going smoothly so far. In the second half, Fifan's advantage of being more familiar with the home map will be better utilized. Hong Yuan is not an ordinary team. Their current results are much better than the other two Super League relegated teams with serious personnel loss. Being able to beat them at home is enough to prove that Fifen already has the strength to defeat all opponents. This is, of course, a very important point. Looking at the Fifen players who were regrouping and preparing to launch an attack, Zhou Shan took a deep breath. This is their battle, and also his battle as the head coach. Now that all the main players of Fifen have been on the field, it is time to fight. If they can expand their lead, this game will be a sure win. If they cannot expand it, the second half will be much more thrilling. But Zhou Shan is full of great confidence at this moment. Chapter 402 Who Can Do It? When the 90-minute match ended, Fifen's fans cheered loudly, while Hong Yuan's fans were stunned. They had never expected that their team would lose to the opponent in this match, and what they had never expected was that after the first half of the match, the entire second half was so boring. After grabbing the ball again in the first half, Fifen launched an attack with great patience. They took advantage of the ball control and continuously broke through Hong Yuan's defenser. When Hong Yuan consciously retreated step by step and started to defend in the dense forest, they began to attack continuously, mainly with small teams of several people, attacking the opponent's formation separately, using several outstanding players to cut off the opponent and gradually eat away at them. This approach actually tests the individual strength of the players, which should be what Hong Yuan is best at. However, when they competed with Fifen's main lineup, they were repeatedly defeated. Hong Yuan's defensive tactics have also been tested by time and practiced for a long time. Xi Yongfei is their core. His mobility and support are enough to make Hong Yuan's overall level quite outstanding. With his support, the others, with several Super League players as the core, can also show an extremely outstanding level. However, Xi Yongfei was entangled by Fu Lei. At first, Fu Lei couldn't entangle Xi Yongfei. However, Xi Yongfei had to support everywhere, and it was inevitable that he would be alone. He was not afraid of being alone. Even if he was alone, as long as he held on for a while, the support of others would come immediately. The position of the core is not a casual talk. The core not only needs to support others at any time, but also get support from others at any time. But Fifen didn't want to kill him, but to entangle him. Fu Lei rushed up and entangled Xi Yongfei. The other players of Fifen stopped the other Hong Yuan players who came to support, as if isolating these two people for a duel. Xi Yongfei was very angry. What is his status? Such a guy wants to kill me in a duel. However, he soon discovered that the opponent's goal was not to kill him, but to entangle him. If they really wanted to have a one-on-one duel, Fu Lei's attribute points were not worse than Xi Yongfei's, but whether it was experience or operation level, he was far behind. Although he was 2 years older than Xi Yongfei, he had been in the new area for a long time, and his game experience was not very rich. If his operation could reach the god level, even if he was always unlucky and only got a knockout with more than 600 attribute points, this operation alone would be enough to win to the first team of the sky. The two sides fought 100 times, and Fu Lei might die 100 times. However, in these 100 times, Fu Lei believed that he could hold on for at least 5 minutes each time. His belief was right. Although he was at a disadvantage in the fight, Fu Lei was like a stubborn and silent stone, stuck between Xi Yongfei and his teammates, and successfully cut him off from his teammates. In this process, the extraordinary attack became extremely fierce. Without the support of Xi Yongfei, the core, Hong Yuan's defense line soon couldn't hold on. If it was before Xi Yongfei came, they wouldn't have been so easy to hold on, but now it's different. After nearly half a season of training and competition, Xi Yongfei has established his supreme position in the team. This position is not only because the top management values him and the head coach trusts him, but his personal strength as a true god-level player is also the most critical factor. With him as the core, whether it is offensive or defensive, Hong Yuan can be said to have risen a full level compared to before, which is a fact that anyone can perceive. After all, the professional arena is still a place where strength speaks. Xi Yongfei certainly has various flaws in his personality, and he is also very unpleasant and unpopular in the team, but in front of his outstanding strength, all of this is secondary. So Hong Yuan abandoned the previous style of play. They didn't have a mature and stable style of play before, which was also related to their wealth. Every year they spent a lot of money in the transfer market, digging out players who were better than the current players one after another. In this way, the strength did increase, but the players came and went, and the blood was also very large. It was indeed unrealistic to want to form a stable and effective tactical style of play. After Xi Yongfei came, the style of play with him as the core gradually took shape. After this tactic matured, it was quite lethal. You must know that the core tactics are still very effective tactics in the Super Arena. The so-called core tactics is that when there is a player in your team who is stronger than others, all tactics are carried out around this player, and all tactics are formulated according to his characteristics to bring his ability to the limit. The role of top players lies in this. After having such strength, as long as you can bring it out, the winning rate will naturally be very high. In fact, after adopting such tactics, Hong Yuan's performance began to stabilize. They did not win every game, but their winning rate was much higher than before. In terms of tactics, except for the one time when they really suffered a loss against Chong Cao, they were never at a disadvantage. Such an important tactic is the foundation of Hong Yuan's current team building. But now their core is restricted. No matter how embarrassful it seems, no matter how great Zheng Fei's advantage is, it is also a fact that he can't support his teammates. Hong Yuan, whose overall tactics are based on Zheng Fei's star tactics, soon began to be at a loss after Zheng Fei was entangled. Hong Yuan's defensive formation collapsed. Fifan did not kill them one by one, but kept looking for opportunities. He seized an opportunity and killed most of Hong Yuan's players in one breath, and then drove straight in and scored the second goal. This is the whole process of the first half. The entire first half can be said to be quite exciting. Zhu Shan's meticulous tactical arrangement, coupled with the outstanding performance of Fifan players, allowed them to take a 2-goal lead. Fans of Hong Yuan also had to admit that Fifan did play well in the first half and completely suppressed Hong Yuan, but their main players played for a long time. In the second half, can they still hold on? However, after the start of the second half, Fifan suddenly changed and began to defend in an extremely wretched manner. After changing sides, the side they defended became a dense forest. So, the substitutes stood in the dense forest and the main players took turns to play, constantly attacking Hong Yuan's players. They didn't necessarily have to make much money every time they shot, but even if they lost a little, they had to send at least one Hong Yuan player to play. The difference in space and distance determined the effectiveness of Fifan's defense in the second half. Every time a player was killed, there was a 10-second gap, but the Fifan side responsible for defense could quickly join the defense line, while the Hong Yuan players had to cross the entire field to join the attack. The most important thing is that the entire map has begun to become chaotic, with flames everywhere, the chaotic Shu army, and the fierce attacking Wami, all of which can bring unpredictable consequences to the players. Fifan only guarded his own small piece of land, so the possibility of encountering an accident was naturally much lower. However, Hong Yuan's players had to cross the entire chaotic stadium to support their opponents. Once they encountered an emergency, they might die again. Even Zheng Fei accidentally entered the battle range of 2 generals from both sides, and was frustrated and died by the refreshed monsters. The entire second half was a nightmare for Hong Yuan. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, they didn't want to think about what happened in the second half. For a full 45 minutes, they didn't know what they had done. However, the facts were in front of them. Fifan defeated Hong Yuan with 2 goals at home, defending their honor of winning all home games, and at the same time expanding their home winning record to 12 games. Of course, they only won these 12 games. So far, the first round of games is ended. Fifan played 23 games, won all 12 home games, lost all 11 away games, and also gave Hong Yuan an unforgettable defeat. After this victory, Fifan's ranking jumped to 8th place, but no one cared. Fifan's ranking depends on whether they have more home games than away games. If they have one more home game, they can enter the top 9, and if they have one less home game, they will fall out of the top 9. This is not surprising. However, after losing this game, Hong Yuan only has 47 points, which is 7 points behind the second-ranked Chong Cao. The advantage of 7 points in the first half is already quite huge. What's more terrible is that the other 2 relegated teams behind them, Yinshuang and Diluo, are slowly catching up. They now have 44 points, only 3 points less than them, which is the difference of 1 game. These 4 teams now have a big advantage in the standings. The 5th-ranked Douquan has only 39 points, followed by Lihou and Daoxia with 38 points. Fifan ranks 8th with 36 points, which is not bad, but there are 3 teams with 35 points behind them. The next game of Fifan is away. If they lose, it is normal to fall out of the top 10 instantly. This is the ranking of the first-class league after the half-season. However, the cycle is halfway through, but there are still 7 games to play in the first half of the season, including a group match of the China Cup. If Fifan wants to live a strong life, it will take some time to wait. Now other people in the league have lost their temper with Fifan. Even Hong Yuan lost to them. Who can break their record of winning all home games? The only strong teams that have not played at Fifen's home court are Chongsao, Yinshuang and Yokwang. Which of them will be the candidate to break Fifen's abnormal record of winning all home games? Many people are quite curious about this question. Chapter 403. Issues that all opponents are concerned about. With the undefeated record in the league's home games still maintained, Fifen surprised everyone again in the game against the Chinese team. Being in the same group as Canning and Lei Ting, and losing to Canning in the first game without any suspense, basically everyone thought that it was basically impossible for Fifen to make further progress. It was actually surprising that they could enter the group stage. The opponent in the qualifiers was not bad, but just because they drew a map that Fifen was good at, they played extremely well in the game. Lei Ting was not a weak team. Although they were not as capable of teams like Canning and Tianlong to impact the top 5, they were basically in the middle. However, any team that could stay in the middle in the Super League basically had its own unique skills, and Lei Ting was also such a team. Their captain, Ben Shikai, was the oldest god-level player in the league, and the last one to come out. However, this did not mean that his level was the worst, or that his condition had declined. On the contrary, because he came out late, he was now in his 30s, and his condition had not declined compared to his peak period, but instead became even more outstanding. Some people mature early, some people mature late. In the arena, players who mature late can often show a longer-term competitive level in the game. Ben Shikai is such a player. Under his leadership, although Thunder does not have other outstanding players, its overall level is better than many teams in the Super League. In terms of average attributes, Thunder has no advantage, but their performance on the field is always quite good. Because of this characteristic, Thunder can always rely on its overall strength to win the games it should win in the game. This stability is the key to their final ranking 4th and best results in history a few years ago. However, this characteristic made them suffer a lot in this game. Thunder's characteristic is stability. They can win the games they should win, but when facing teams that are better than them overall and individually, they seem to have no resistance. In the past 2 years, they have been double-killed by teams of Tianhe Changfen, and rarely win against teams such as Nangguo Canning. However, when facing mid- and lower-level teams, they have an extremely stable winning rate. The biggest problem for such a stable team is that they do not have enough explosive power. In other words, they are like Hong Yuan, whom Fifen had just encountered before. They have an outstanding player and a good overall team, but their overall team is built around the main core. It's just that compared with Hong Yuan, their core player Bin Shikai is more experienced, the other players are better overall, and the cooperation between them is more tacit. We're happiest against this kind of team, Zheng Qi said before the game started. So, in the game, the situation was similar to the previous game. Although Fifen did not have the huge advantage of being familiar with the map, he only retained a part of the advantage. After all, as a team in the Super League, Thunder also has rich experience in complex maps. Fulei once again entangled Bin Shikai to a large extent in the game. Bin Shikai's operation was not worse than Xiongfei, and he was more experienced. However, under Fulei's persistent entanglement, although he was still able to get in touch with his teammates, most of the time, the connection between him and his teammates was also cut off. In such a difficult confrontation, Fifen won a victory with a little luck. During a fight, the ball refreshed and happened to refresh next to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi was not far from the opponent's goal at this time, so he broke through the opponent's goal with one kick. After taking such a lucky goal lead, Fifen started to defend and successfully maintained the lead until the end. With this victory, Fifen successfully advanced to the top 16. The Thunder was finally eliminated in this group. After losing to Corning, Thunder lost to Fifen again. They were eliminated after losing both group matches, which also made Ben Shikai, the meritorious captain of Thunder, suffer some doubts. After all, since the beginning of this year's league, the Thunder's performance has declined to a certain extent. There is a voice that believes that although Ben Shikai's state has not declined, he cannot lead the Thunder to go further. Instead of letting him continue to lead the team, it is better to train newcomers. The newcomer Xiaobo was not very impressive at first after entering the first-line team, but then his luck was very good. He repeatedly obtained extra attribute points in some activities. Although the attribute points are only a little more than 750 now, he has already shown amazing luck. Such players are often worth investing more. Over the years, the club is actually very superstitious about a player's luck, but it is not superstitious. After all, although there is no unified mechanism, whether a player can continue to improve his strength after entering the mid zone can often be seen through some traces. At least, this kind of player who can continuously obtain extra attribute points just after entering the myth zone will often continue to obtain extra attribute points in this way in the future. Of course, there are also people like Zheng Qi who seem inconspicuous at the beginning, but continue to improve themselves in the second half of their careers and become god-level players. Xiaobo's current performance is not particularly outstanding, but he is a very good attacker. Such a player can also be the core. He is still young, less than 19 years old. As long as he has better luck in the next few years and improves his operation level, he will be an excellent god-level player. Although Zheng Qi's level has not declined, he is 32 years old after all. No one knows how many years he can play. A club should at least consider the future. The Thunder's performance in recent years has been quite stable, which is very important for a club. However, when it is stable, they did not carry out a good blood transfusion. Zheng Qi is a good person, but he is more tolerant of his teammates. This also makes the Thunder's blood transfusion not very smooth. Most of the first-line players are veterans. Although the performance is stable now, it may not be a good thing for the future. And losing to the first-class team and failing to win to the top 16 of the cup has also become a fuse. The cup competition is also very important for super teams. The key is to take one more step forward, which means more rewards and exposure. As a super team, being eliminated by the first-class team is also unbearable. Unintentionally, the Thunder hit signs of internal strife. Fifan was not very clear about it, but Zheng Qi felt a little complicated. He left the Thunder because Xiaobo had set him up. Xiaobo has now spent a year to gain a foothold in the Thunder, and he is not doing badly. His position in Fifan is also very important, and he has obtained a stronger character account. Did you feel the pleasure of revenge? After the game, Zheng Qi specifically asked Zheng Qi. No, I don't have any opinion on the Thunder. At the time, whether they chose me or Xiaobo was almost the same, but Xiaobo had a better relationship with the head coach. Zheng Qi shrugged. Even if I have an opinion, it's about the head coach. The head coach's position seems to be very stable. Zheng Qi said after thinking about it. Yes, Xiaobo has made rapid progress since joining the first team, which of course shows that he has a good vision. Zheng Qi smiled. With the accumulation of experience, it is normal for him to be outstanding. It is easier for him to be outstanding in his position. On the court, an attacker charges and does the most inconspicuous work. It is abnormal if he is not outstanding. Support players like you are different. A good fighter does not have great achievements. Zheng Qi replied. Then he saw Zheng Qi and looked at him in surprise. What are you doing? Zheng Qi said dissatisfiedly. I really didn't expect that you, the captain, have studied and can speak idioms. Zheng Qi laughed. I usually say easy to understand words to take care of you. I'm knowledgeable. I'm well educated and talented. Zheng Qi said shamelessly. Captain, do you have anything else to say? Nothing, just asking you. Everyone performed well in today's game, but there will be more rigorous training tomorrow. Zheng Qi said. Aren't we playing away next? Zheng Qi was stunned. The next game is at home, so of course we have to train well. Zheng Qi replied. Zheng Qi nodded. This was also an important factor in Fifan's undefeated home record, because they were not working hard for a certain game, but were preparing for the home game. They prepared twice as long as any opponent. The first round of games was over, but for Fifan, there were still 7 league games to play, 4 away games and 3 home games. The away games could be abandoned, and the 3 home games must be won. However, after one round, Fifan had a good understanding of the opponent's strength, and the home game was much more secure. Winning the home game alone was not enough for Fifan to win to the final playoffs, but in the second half of the season, it would be Fifan's time to sprint. This was not only clear to Fifan, but also to other opponents. With Fifan's current performance, it would be very difficult to win the championship, but getting a place in the playoffs seemed to be nothing. Although the home advantage would not be so obvious in the playoffs, because the playoffs were single elimination games with random map selection, but from a probability perspective, there was also a 1/3 chance of a complex map appearing. At the time, such a team would become a nightmare for all those who wanted to win to the Super League through the playoffs. What kind of level Fifan can display in the second half of the season is a question that all opponents are very concerned about. Chapter 404 is finally complete. After the first round, Fifan's performance was not affected at all. They continued their wonderful performance. In the next few away games, they lost all again, and they won all 3 home games without any suspense. After halfway, Fifan won all 15 home games in 30 rounds of the league, which is a record. In the away games, they lost all 15 games, and they didn't win a single game, not even a draw, which is also a record. After 30 rounds, Fifen had 45 points, ranking neither high nor low, just 9th. Chongzhou, who was first, had a huge advantage in the standings, which was also thanks to Fifen's victory over Hongyuan. They got 68 points in 30 rounds of the league, leading the second place by 11 points. Hongyuan was hurt a bit after losing to Fifen, and they are no longer in second place. Their current points are the same as Yinshuang, both 57 points, and they are ranked third with 4 fewer goals, while Bailuo, who is fourth, has 56 points, only 1 point less than them. Although it doesn't really matter what rank you get if you don't win the championship, there are still some benefits to being ranked higher, such as meeting lower-ranked players in the playoffs. These 4 teams have relatively large advantages. The 5th-ranked Yaoquang and the 6th-ranked Liehou both have 51 points, the 7th-ranked Aoshao has 48 points, and the 8th-ranked Yishan has 46 points, just 1 point ahead of Fifen. Of course, Fifen can't sit back and relax now. Although they have 45 points, Haitian behind them has 44 points, and Chenyu, Jinhong and Shenjie all have 43 points. If they are not careful, they may drop to 13th. Fifen's lowest ranking this year is 13th, and the highest is 8th, which is a very mediocre ranking. However, the teams in this range are all capable of impacting the playoffs. After that, there is a huge relegation army. Jinping Aoyong and other Class A newcomers like them are struggling near the relegation zone. As a new team, it is indeed something to be proud of to have such performance. Although Fifen is not so happy about it, at least they have successfully completed their tasks in the first half of the season. The first half of the first-class league is similar to previous years. Half of the teams are in the playoffs and the other half are in the relegation. Of course, the difference from previous years is that there is a very special team this year. When the largest websites in the whole year accounted the first half of the first-class league, they all mentioned Fifen's wonderful performance. This highlight was even mentioned more frequently than the 3 teams of Chongzhou ranking first and Yinshuang, Bailuo and Hongyuan catching up with each other. Of course, everyone can understand this. The record of 15 wins and 15 losses itself is quite shocking, not to mention that they won all home games and lost all away games. This is a wonder that has never appeared since the beginning of the Football Era League. As a newer level team, with relatively weak overall strength, Fifen has taken the home advantage and tactical details to the extreme, and has made full use of the advantage of being able to choose the map at home, which is not valued by many clubs. From their games, we can see that Fifen may not be so outstanding overall, but the tactical execution capabilities of some of their individuals and the team as a whole can be greatly improved. Considering that in the new area of District 110, the Fifen Sky Guild Alliance has also achieved quite gratifying results, and in the competition for the Carnival Boss, the Fifen Elite team has also continued to create miracles. In the second half of the season, we have reason to have more hope for Fifen. They are very likely to be the biggest surprise in the entire league in the second half of the season. District 110 has created a new record. In the past, the last carnival would not start until July, but now, June is not even over yet and the last carnival has ended. The Fifen Elite team has created unprecedented achievements in terms of upgrade speed and boss snatching speed. In just less than 6 months, they reached the maximum level of level 80 and entered the Myth District one after another. Driven by this, the Fifen Kankan Guild Alliance in the new district has nearly 2 million members. It is also the largest new guild in all the new districts. I believe that in the days to come, the Fifen Kankan Guild Alliance in the Myth District will usher in a great expansion of its power. Another piece of news about the new district seemed to foreshadow a new bloody storm in the Myth District. The Fifen Kankan Guild once again proved in the new district that their monster pooling method was the best. Although other guilds sent out outstanding young players and used new monster pooling methods that had been trained and cultivated for several years, Fifen still had a huge advantage. All the members of the 10 elite teams have passed the 800 attribute points level, with the highest exceeding 850 points and the lowest at least 800 points. Although there is a big gap with Zheng Qi and his group, who have the highest score of 900 points, it is a remarkable achievement to be able to maintain the advantage of 800 attribute points when other clubs have also sent out several elite soldiers to grab the boss. Of course, in this process, Butler Meng has made an indispensable contribution. In addition to following the elite team to fight the carnival and directing them to grab the boss in the most effective way, Meng Fan has also done countless things, including integrating professional players, helping other players to brush dungeons and upgrade equipment in the most efficient way, and constantly gathering the centripetal force of the entire guild. Only in this way can a miracle be created in the new area. After Fifan finished the last round of the first half of the season, they welcomed Butler Meng and others in the mid-district. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Meng," Zheng Qi said to Butler Meng sincerely. Although the two sides were not on the same server in the past 6 months, they would discuss their progress every day. He saw Butler Meng's hard work in the past 6 months. Butler Meng had obviously aged a lot in the past 6 months. What he had paid in the past 6 months was more than just his heart and energy. In fact, this was true. Although he was no longer leading the team, Meng Fan still had to discuss specific tactics with Zhu Shan when he had nothing to do. He had to take care of all the affairs in the new area and help Zheng Qi with acupuncture every few days in the evening. If Meng Fan didn't look old, he would have collapsed long ago if he was actually in his early 40s. It's okay. It's only been half a year. I can still hold on. Meng Fan smiled slightly. But in the past 6 months, the skills of other clubs in pooling monsters have improved a lot. They are almost catching up with our skills. If I hadn't been in charge, it would be difficult to create good characters. It seems that our advantage can only last until now. Normal, this is the time I estimated. If they can't catch up with our advantage next year, then I will doubt the professional level of the Super League teams. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. You don't have any advantages anymore, what are you laughing at? Why don't you come up with a stronger plan quickly? Zheng Qi said to Zheng Qi. Damn, do you think this is cabbage? We're just ahead of the accumulation of new ideas and data. If the tactical departments of those professional clubs didn't have as broad thinking as us, it wouldn't be difficult for them to find it. Do you understand the era of football? Zheng Qi said angrily. Really? Ha ha ha, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, we are strong now. At worst, we can compete with them in the future. See who is lucky enough to create a good character. Zheng Qi immediately changed the subject. Yes, if the technical advantages are similar, it will be a matter of luck and operation level. It will still be a fair competition at the time. Su Jin came out to smooth things over. Besides, taking advantage for 3 years is enough. If we take advantage every year, who will play with us? If we don't have this method of pooling monsters, we can't put together a strong team in just over a year, right? Butler Meng smiled slightly. Yes, we are so awesome now, so don't worry about anything else. In the second half of this season, we will enter the Super League and create our miracle. Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted. Before that, we still need to practice harder together. Zhu Shan appeared at some point, stood in front of them, and said coldly. Zhao Fen and the others broke out in a cold sweat, and then left secretly. At this point, they would naturally leave the first-line team, although they were still reluctant to do so. After all, being a professional player would be much better. However, when they thought of Zhu Shan's training method, they felt scared. The overused words such as devilish training were very suitable for Zhu Shan's training plan. And from Zhu Shan's tone, Fifan would have to train even harder in the next 2 months. After all, they were not professional players, and they didn't want to work so hard. Well, anyway, you guys worked hard in the first half of the season. I will increase your authority in the guild. There are many good players in Fifan Kangping Guild now. Do you want to be the core of the headquarters, or go out to lead the guild? Of course, Lex Yu, the position of vice president of the headquarters is still reserved for you. Zheng Qi said to Zhu Qi. I'd better stay in the headquarters. I'm good at this. Zhu Qi replied without hesitation. In the past 6 months, Zhu Qi no longer had any grudges against Fifan. Kangping was gone, but didn't the guild still exist with Fifan? In fact, many former fans of Kangping had basically undergone such a transformation. Although Zhu Qi, Zheng Inal Yuanilu, Yuzi, Zhao Fen, Linking Head, Luli, Sui Kingfen, Wei Jiangshan and others have now completed their historical tasks and can leave the first-line team, they will not leave the Fifan Kangping Guild. They have a very prominent position in the guild under Fifan's own people. After the newcomers joined, Fifan's lineup was finally complete. Of course, in Zhu Shan's view, the lineup is complete now, but overall, Fifan still needs to undergo rigorous training to achieve good results in the second half of the season. Chapter 405. Continue to fool people. Zheng Qi, Li Derui, Zheng Xu, Ban Yuanfen, Su Jin, Nioliwa, Filadi, Zhu Ye, Qing Chuan, Lin Fei, Zhang King, Zheng Xin, Yuan Kong. These are the main players of Fifan Guild in the first half of the season. Jing Xiaohan, Bai Senator, Yin Yu, Yo Kaian, Zheng Thong, Wu Jin, Tangzi Yuan, Zifei, Chen Lin. These are the 9 members who successfully rose from the new area and entered the Fifan first team after the end of the half season. It should have been 10, but Qing Yizhou fulfilled his promise that year. After he was promoted to the myth area, he returned to boat and prepared to help boat continue to attack the first-class qualification in the second half of the year. In the first half of the season, without Zheng Qi, Wang Chong, Hong Jian and others led boat to perform very well and made it to the finals. Under such circumstances, the joining of Zheng Qi, the future core, will definitely make boat's strength rise a lot, and the possibility of entering the professional arena will be much greater. It's amazing that a young man is willing to fulfill his promise now. And his choice is not bad. He uses amateur competitions to hone his skills and fully adapts to the new account before playing professional games. This is much better for his future development. This is Yushan's evaluation of Zheng Qi. This evaluation immediately made the other 9 people very dissatisfied. Zheng Qi and the other 7 former Canton players were fine. They all admired Yushan. Even if they were dissatisfied with Yushan's words, they would not have any resistance. Zifei and Chenlin were different. Although Zifei came from a small team, he was at least an ambitious player. Chenlin was even more different. He was discovered by Liu Shibo in the new district. He only respected Liu Shibo. In a big club like Nanguo, even if he was facing the captain Sun Fei, he would still think he was wrong. We can also train ourselves well in the first-class league. Chenlin replied immediately. That's right, but before that, you have to go through my training. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance against any of the current first-line players. Zhu Shan laughed. We have cooperated well in the past 6 months, and we are all very used to our accounts. Zifei stood beside Chenlin. Then let's open a correction field to compete. All attributes are set to 800 points, 9 against 9, Zheng Qi, Zheng Xu, Niaoliwa, Su Jin, you 4 don't participate. Zhu Shan smiled slightly, and then answered. Really want to compete? Zheng Qi couldn't help asking, although he knew that Fifan and his gang were indeed excellent, and they were already very used to accounts with high attributes, but 9 against 9, they really had no reason to be afraid. What's more, Zheng Qi, Su Jin and other best players did not play, only the former captain Fu Lei and legally Wang Yuanfen were better, and the others, weren't they at the same level as themselves? It is also necessary for newcomers to show their level. Of course, if we don't compete, how can we get familiar with each other quickly? Zhu Shan smiled slightly. It will be good for the future if we get to know each other better, right? That's right, let's play a game and see. Zheng Qi said with a smile. The 7 people in the sky squinted at Zheng Qi. Although Zheng Qi was their captain, they still felt a little uneasy, but after careful consideration, they knew that Zheng Qi's level was incomparable to theirs, and the reason why Su Jin, Zheng Xu, Niaoliwa and others did not appear was because there was no core auxiliary player among the 9 of them. This setting would be fairer to them. Zhu Shan was right. After the newcomers joined, it was necessary for them to learn from each other and get to know each other well. Without Zheng Qi and others, it would be easier for other main players to see their own level and gain a foothold in the future, right? Although there is no obvious distinction between the main players and substitutes in the professional teams of football era, except for a few core players, the number of appearances of other players is actually similar. However, whether they can play a more important role on the field is still very important to the players. No one wants to play only temporarily. Then let's have a game. Zheng Qi and others looked at each other and nodded vigorously. The level of these 9 little guys is not bad, but their experience is a little lacking. After all, they have not been influenced by the top teams. In this respect, they are still a long way behind Zheng Qi and his friends. After both sides entered the arena, Meng Fan did not go to watch the game, but pulled Zheng Qi and said to him. It's normal. Zheng Qi and his friends are the best in the youth training of super clubs. If they don't want a better account, they will have no problem playing as the main players in the first-class league. Their natural starting point is higher than Qi and his friends. But Chenlin should not have this problem, right? Zheng Qi smiled. Chenlin's vision is fine. He has been with Liu Shibo for 2 years, but his foundation is a little weak. I have been training his basic skills for the past 6 months, and there have been some results. We need to continue to strengthen it in the future. Meng Fan nodded. Chenlin is a defensive warrior. He has a strong character, which is comparable to Zhu Yi. At the same time, he is better than Zhu Yi in operation. As long as he can calm down and train well, we don't need to worry too much about defense. With him, Zhu Yi, Yuan Kong, Zhong Qi, Tamzi Yuan, and Wu Jin, our defense is still very strong. Bai Senator is a good goalkeeper. He is much more reliable standing in front of the goal than we're used to use anyone to guard the goal, and he also has certain auxiliary capabilities. Zheng Qi can take turns with Su Jin to share the auxiliary tasks, and Zifei can let Li Gui and Wang Yuanfen have a replacement. As for Zheng Qi, this kid has a strong ability to attack head-on, and our shortcomings can be made up. After thinking about it, Butler Meng continued to say to Zheng Qi, "Well, I think so too. After all, we have many good players now. However, if we can't work well together, then even if there are many good players, it's useless." Although our main players performed very well in the first half of the season, in fact, the substitutes of Shin are very useful. Although their operation level is a little worse, they are obedient and can always play their roles thoroughly. Zheng Qi said. If you can think about it from this aspect, it seems that you have improved in the past 6 months without me around. Butler Meng laughed. Look at what you said, Uncle Meng. I'm not stupid, but I was too lazy to think about some details when you were around before. Zheng Qi smiled. I don't care about things at all. This is an advantage and a disadvantage. I am very happy to see your progress. This season we will enter the Super League and create a miracle. Only in this way can we be qualified to challenge the 5-time champion. Butler Meng laughed. Well, isn't it a bit early to talk about the 5-time champion now? Zheng Qi was stunned. Hey, isn't this your style? With your style, shouldn't you say something like ha ha ha, 5 championships is nothing, I have to defend the 5 championships to be considered a little difficult. Butler Meng gasped in surprise. Don't make fun of me, Uncle Meng, didn't you know it was so difficult before? Zheng is so awesome now, so it has a chance to challenge the 5 championships. Although we are all so awesome, we have to wait until we are stronger before we can say this. Zheng Qi smiled. Not bad, it's good to think of this. Butler Meng nodded. But I think it will be difficult for Zheng to win the 5 championships this year. Why? They are really crushing in the league now. Qinhe is training new players, and other Southern Shenhua and others are also a little worse than them. Now they are leaving for the East Asian Cup. Looking at their current momentum, it is easy for them to win the 2nd championship. Zheng Qi asked with some curiosity. Back then, under the leadership of Meng Fifan and Chen Fen, the Southland was much more arrogant than them, but in the end, didn't it still fall short? To win the 5 championships, it's not only about strength, but also about their personnel composition. Meng Fan sighed slightly. What does this mean, Uncle Meng? Zheng Qi really didn't understand this time. Nothing. Anyway, I don't want them to win the 5 championships, because if they want to win, it has to be us who win. Butler Meng quickly changed the subject and said with a smile. Ah, I like this statement. Zheng Qi nodded vigorously. It's a pity that we are not in the Super League now, otherwise I really want to snipe them. Even if we are not in the league, we can snipe them in that cup. Butler Meng smiled slightly. How about it, do you want to give them a good look in the cup? Ah? Zheng Qi was completely stunned. What? Didn't we make it to the top 16 of the cup? Butler Meng said. Yes, but it may not be possible to meet Changfen, right? Zheng Qi asked hesitantly. Why can't we meet them? Isn't it enough to keep winning? If Changfen can keep winning, we will always meet them. If they can't get in front of us, it means they can't win the cup championship. Won't we be sure of it next year? Uncle Meng, you are too bold. Even my heart is pounding when you hear it. What's wrong? Don't you have the courage to do such a thing? What a joke. When have I, Zheng Qi, not had the courage to do anything? Uncle Meng, you're right. It's a very cool thing to think about sniping Changfen in the cup. Besides, they are in the open and we're in the dark. We attack secretly and wait for the opportunity. The time, the place and the people are all on our side. It is natural for the weak to defeat the strong. Yes, there are many such things written in history books. So we have to be low-key in the next league, don't expose too much strength, let Changfen understand our strength in a vague way, so that we can better win. I'm getting excited now. If we beat Changfen, then we will be the most awesome team. This kid is still so easily fooled. Looking at Zheng Qi's receding back, Butler Meng sighed in his heart. Chapter 406. A bright future. The result of this 9-on-9 friendly match is not important. In official terms, it is just a friendly match for everyone to get to know each other and learn from each other. However, in reality, Zheng Qi and his team are quite serious about this friendly match. Or it can be said that this friendly match is a replay of the tragic amateur finals last season. 7 of Zheng Qi's team members are Kangping players in that game, and among Fifan's 9 people, except for Lei Yi who was Kangping's player at the time, the other 8 are all Fifan players who participated in that game. It's not that enemies are particularly jealous when they meet, but at least they're holding back their energy to give each other a good chance. Zheng Qi and his team have always felt that they lost unfairly last season. Although Kangdong was stronger overall at the time, Fifan had an absolute advantage in attribute points. If not, Kangdong might not have lost. In fact, the key to Fifan's final victory in that game, in addition to Zheng Qi's outbreak, their attribute points were also an extremely critical factor. Now, Zheng Qi and his team have obtained quite good roles. The average attribute points of 820 points are already excellent in any professional team. Although their operation and experience are still a little insufficient, they already have the potential to become god-level players. It depends on whether they can bring out these potentials. Therefore, in such a contest, Zheng Qi and his team are still very confident and believe that they can suppress the opponent in the confrontation. Friendly matches are of course different from formal matches. They are just battles. If you can wipe out the opponent, you will win. Therefore, although the map is often very complicated, it will not have much impact. Zheng Qi and his team are very clear about this. So after the game started, they did not care about the map, but directly launched an attack, preparing to break through the opponent's formation head-on. In terms of personnel matching, their team is more complete. Zheng Qi is good at attacking, Zifei, Chenglin and others are good at defense, and others also have their own strengths. On the contrary, Fulei and his team's lineup is a little imperfect. There are no rushers and no fast players. In the overall confrontation, they should suffer a lot. However, when the two sides were about to approach, Fulei and his men split into two teams, preparing to attack from both wings. Seeing them split up, Zheng Qi and his men were naturally overjoyed. If they attacked head-on, their chances of winning might not be very high, but 2-1, the possibility of winning would be greater. The 9 of them rushed to the 4 people led by Fulei on the left, and then saw Fulei shaking his head and sighing. Zheng Qi, who sensed something was wrong, didn't know why he did this. It was not until he rushed forward that they realized that this seemingly flat land was actually a piece of quicksand. At that moment, 4 of the 9 of them fell into it at once. The others wanted to retreat, but found that the solid ground on their way forward had also turned into quicksand. After finally breaking free, only 6 of the 9 of them were left, and Fulei and his men had already doubled up from the front and back. They only held on for 5 minutes before they were collectively wiped out. This is the most complex map, the original map quicksand. Such maps are likely to appear in the league. The random quicksand is the most difficult part. On such a map, we have been able to master 80% through 6 months of training. Relying on this map, we have won 3 home games. Do you think this is unfair? When Zheng Qi and others protested against the unfairness, Zhu Shan said lightly. Zheng Qi and others had nothing to say. They had all seen the extraordinary games, but they did not expect that the map simulated in this training match could be so close to the real map. On a normal map, you may not be their opponent. Zhu Shan continued, and then signaled to everyone. Play another game, a normal arena map. 10 minutes later, Zheng Qi and others looked at Zhu Shan speechlessly. This time their results were much better, but they still lost in the end. When the 9 of them were cleared out of the venue, Fulei and others still had 3 people in the arena. Are you surprised? There is no need to be surprised. They are better than you. Now, they have more experience than you. They have made a lot of progress in the past 6 months, and you have spent all your energy on building your account. This is not your fault. But next, if you want to show your strength and role in the team, you have to train harder. Zhu Shan said lightly. Yes, brothers, do you know what devil training is? In the next 2 months, we will be devil training. Zheng Qi came up and said loudly. The others turned to look at Zheng Qi at the same time, but Zheng Qi was still calm. 2 months? Zheng Qi asked. Yes, not a day can be missed. In the morning, we fight for the boss, and in the afternoon, we train in the training room. After training, we have to play a game to recover our condition, which will last until the start of the second half of the season. Zheng Qi raised his hand, and a row of densely packed holograms appeared in front of everyone. This was the next training course. Why don't we all train in the training room? With our strength, apart from leveling up, there is actually no room for improvement in the battle for boss. Chenglin thought for a while and asked. There is still room for improvement. Being in such a complex environment can hone people's reactions, which all the players need to maintain. Moreover, if all is just training, it will easily become boring. It is best to combine them. Zhu Shan explained. And there is another important reason. That is, in the past 6 months, our guild has shrunk a lot. Because we can't compete with those big guilds, our development is a bit slow. Many people have forgotten how glorious the Pfaffenkanken Guild was when they joined forces. Now we have to put up the banner of Pfaffenkanken again and occupy a piece of land first, so that after entering the Super League, we can expand our power even more. The stronger the guild, the stronger the first-line team. You should all know this truth. Zheng Qi added. We all understand the truth, but why is the pigeon so big? Yuan Fen said. You want to be fired. The others laughed, but they knew that only when the guild is strong can the first team become stronger. The relationship between the two is not inevitable, but there is a close relationship. The guild has a reputation, so it can attract more members. Even if these members may not be extraordinary fans, they will slowly become extraordinary fans over time. This is the foundation of a club. With such a foundation, the first team can be strong and have a foundation. Otherwise, no matter how strong the first team is, it is just a rootless duckweed. Now the extraordinary first-line team is already very strong, 22 first-line team members, each with professional level, operation level and god level account. Such a first-line team has never appeared in the Super League. 700 attribute points of the standard attribute configuration of professional players in the first level league, and 750 points of the standard configuration of the Super League team. But in fact, not all teams in the Super League can achieve such a configuration. More than half of the teams have a large number of players with more than 700 attribute points. Only the top teams can have such a standard configuration, but even in the top teams, there are a large number of players with only about 750 attribute points. Attribute points are not everything, but the advantage of attribute points is extremely obvious, otherwise there would be no such standard. Perhaps any professional player can beat an amateur player with 900 attribute points with a character with just 600 points, but in the confrontation between professional players, unless your operation level has an overwhelming advantage, otherwise, the advantages and disadvantages of attribute points can also determine the victory or defeat. If it was only a dozen or 20 points, it wouldn't matter, but if it was over 50 points, it would be easy to form an overwhelming advantage in a certain attribute. Every professional player would reset his attribute points before going on stage to confuse the opponent. This complicated preparation also proved the importance of attribute points. Pfaffen, a team composed entirely of characters with more than 800 attributes, is unique in the history of the football-era professional league. Moreover, more than 2/3 of their players are young players. Any of these players would be the focus of training even in the Super League. Those who can become professional players are not bad in talent. Operations can be trained and experience can be accumulated. Attribute points are too dependent on face. A young player who already has a god level account is incredibly valuable. But such players are considered standard in Pfaffen. Except for Filady, Jin, Tamzi Yuan and Thong, who are all older and over 27 years old, the other 18 players are all young players in their 20s. It seems a bit wrong to describe such a team as having a promising future. Whether it is Zheng Qi or Mengfan and Zhu Shan, they don't know how long this team can last. Filay is an honest man. After signing a contract with Pfaffen for a few years, he probably doesn't want to move. Liga Rui, Yuan Fen, Su Jing and others are shareholders of the club, and it is unlikely that they will leave. However, Ching Chuan and others signed a 3-year contract at the time, and half of it has passed. Now Zheng Xiaohan and others are also on a 3-year contract. Whether they are willing to stay at the time is also an unknown. Under such circumstances, the future of this team is not stable, but Zheng Qi also knows that the next 1 or 2 years will be enough. As long as they can achieve outstanding results and gain a foothold in the Super League, Pfaffen will be able to successfully establish their own youth training system, and the way Pfaffen's current first team is composed will also make them a dream place for many young players to join. Being able to form a club of this scale in 1 or 2 years, what do they have to worry about? Next, they just need to show their level on the field. Chapter 407. Chess. Before showing their level on the field, Pfaffen has to do one more thing. That is to show their prestige in the battle for boss in the Myth Zone. More than half a year ago, the Four Pests Alliance swept the entire Myth Zone. Everyone wanted to kill them, but no one could do anything about them. Their prestige was not enough to disappear quickly. Although the Pfaffenkanken Guild has performed mediocrely in the past 6 months, the ability they have shown is the same as that of most ordinary level league teams and guilds, that is, wandering around and relying on luck to pick up a few leagues that big clubs can't pick up. In a pretentious way, that is indistinguishable from the crowd. Regarding this, some members who were not so determined chose to leave, but more people state, the reason was very simple. Pfaffen Guild was now considered a very good guild. Apart from the super teams, only a few guilds in the A-level league had the strength to suppress them. In addition, the players who joined for the Fifen scenery at the time were not very outstanding players themselves, and they would not be poached by other guilds with better treatment. In fact, few people would do such things. After all, 1 or 2 players would not play a big role. If every player had to be promised treatment before come in, then the clubs would not be able to afford it even if they had mountains of gold and silver at home. Therefore, the configuration of core players and professional players came into being. As long as professional players and core players were brought together, there would be no shortage of other ordinary members. After all, for a game with more than 1 billion people participating, are you afraid of not being able to find members? It's almost impossible, and Fifen's treatment of professional players is no worse than any other club. While this has brought heavy financial pressure to the club, it has also allowed Fifen Guild to continue to grow. Of course, it can be expected that after a while, the number of Fifen Guild will expand again. After all, the number of Fifen Guild in the new area has reached 2 million. According to the ratio of 50%, there are at least 1 million players who can enter the myth area. After they join, the number of Fifen Guild will have another leap. Of course, adding at least 100 guilds means adding more positions. The bosses and management of ordinary guilds may not be professional players, but those of core guilds must be professional players. Fifen already has 25 core guilds. When Kanken merged, it brought another 30 core guilds. After half a year of adjustment and observation, Fifen Guild has added 5 core guilds, which is 60. Compared with the 5 major guilds with more than 80 core guilds, there is still a certain gap. However, compared with the second-level guilds such as Zheng Qi and Long, it is no less inferior. Of course, the number of core guilds is increased, but the combat power of the elite group is not as strong as the numbers show. The elite group of Fifen may only be regarded as an ordinary group in the 5 majors. After all, the elite groups of the core guilds at the 5 majors are veterans who have been trained for so many years. In this regard, the new guilds like Fifen cannot compare. It can be expected that after the newcomers in the new area gradually come in, the number of core guilds will gradually increase, and the number of elite groups will also increase. Although there is a big difference in combat power compared with the old teams, this is a price that must be paid. Without such a scale, it is difficult to attract outstanding professional players. At the same time, with more ordinary players, the probability of players with better operation level than ordinary people will be much greater. So now Fifen has a heavy economic burden, and their ticket revenue in the first half of the season is not too good. When Sujin usually pays attention to the accounts, he can see the large red deficits, which makes Sujin, who is also knowledgeable in business, a little frightened. However, they had been prepared for this before. The sponsorship of Zheng Group and Zheng Qi's personal financial investment could support Fifen for another year or 2. As long as they could enter the Super League during this period, they would naturally receive various benefits. No super club would lose money. Although many mid- and lower-level teams would not support so many professional players, 40 to 50 core guilds were considered standard. However, even if there were more, the income of the super club could still support so many people. Teams that could survive stably in the Super League and teams in the A-League were 2 different worlds. For other clubs and guilds this summer, they originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that Changfeng's professional players were going to participate in the East Asian Cup to get more benefits in the mythology zone. This was also a routine. After losing the support of professional players, Changfeng and Team Head, which originally occupied the 2 cities, would tighten their territory under such circumstances and only keep the general income. The other territories that were given up would naturally give others more space. However, Fifen also had this idea. So, the bosses of other guilds once again remembered the fear of being dominated by the Four Pests Alliance. However, unlike the previous Four Pests Alliance chasing Changfeng, this time the Fifen Guild would grab anyone's boss. Their core elite groups were scattered in various parts of the map, and then they would quickly grab the boss after receiving the news. Sometimes they would succeed, sometimes they would fail, but many times, their team would be like a pack of wolves. You clearly only saw one elite group at the beginning, and then suddenly, many people quickly surrounded them, grabbing this area today, grabbing the area tomorrow. They often performed better in the morning and worse in the afternoon, because in the afternoon, the Fifen first-line team would leave the myth area to participate in training, and without this group of tigers and wolves, the result would naturally be worse. But even if it was worse, it was much better than the previous 6 months. The people were still the same people, but under the remote control of Coach Meng, they were always able to seize the most critical opportunity in time. Butler Meng's large-scale strategic ability was fully utilized in such remote control. Through the information reported by the members of the Fifen Guild, he was able to keenly discover the opponent's weaknesses, and then use the team's mobilization to always allow the Fifen elite group to fight under less pressure. In this way, the effect was immediately obvious. In the past 6 months, without the command of Stjordmeng and the help of professional players, the Fifen Guild Alliance might only be able to grab 2 or 3 bosses a day, and that was if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, they would only grab 6 or 7 bosses a week. With the professional players participating in the competition for half a day and Stjordmeng's behind-the-scenes command, in the first week of July, the Fifen Guild Alliance grabbed 15 bosses in one go, which was not much less than the Four Pests Alliance at the time. When the Four Pests Alliance was at its most glorious, each of the 4 participating guilds could get at least 20 boss legendary materials a week. However, after the separation, they only got 6 or 7 bosses a week, at most 10, which was in line with their status. Now we can get 15 in a week, which is close to the income at the time. However, considering that the Fifen Guild is actually the combination of 2 guilds, when the Four Pests Alliance was formed, the 2 guilds were a little luckier and could get 50 bosses in a week. Of course, there is a big difference between 2 and 4. When the Four Pests Alliance united, in addition to hundreds of elite groups, there were also professional players from 4 clubs. This combined force was also a force that should not be underestimated. The current Fifen does not have that ability. The most important task of the guild is to provide materials for the first team. Now Fifen's material accumulation is not bad, and their consumption is not very large, so for the time being, the progress of the guild will not drag down the first team, which is enough. Uncle Meng, such a huge amount of data, won't it be too tiring? Zheng Qi was concerned about another question. This is much easier than commanding you to play that game. Butler Meng laughed. Zheng Qi didn't quite believe this. No way, compared to commanding 11 people and commanding tens of thousands of people, of course the former is the easiest. No, that requires paying attention to some very small details, which is not what I am good at. I can't distinguish those details very accurately. For such a big scene, I don't need to consider too many details. I just need to explore the timing. Through the information passed around, I can judge the movements and number of competitors, and then avoid the real and attack the fake, use the wide width, conduct mobile warfare, grab the boss before the opponent advances, and then run. This is much easier than commanding a game. Butler Meng replied. I think most people will not agree with you, Zheng Qi sighed. That's because they are not good at this, and I am good at this. Butler Meng smiled slightly. Were you a general before? Zheng Qi suddenly asked. How could that be? Butler Meng laughed. Generals don't care about such things. Interstellar warfare is what the generals of the Federation need to consider now. In the vast space, what is needed is keen intuition and courage to confront each other. Grand strategic ability is not the most necessary. So familiar with the military, Zheng Qi muttered. Don't think too much, I'm just a fan of war chess games. After playing war chess games for decades, you will also have such ability. Butler Meng patted Zheng Qi on the shoulder. What game can be played for decades? Besides football era? Zheng Qi asked. That depends on the person. More than 100 years ago, there was a small game called Minesweeper, and many people played it for decades. Butler Meng laughed. I'm young, Uncle Meng, don't lie to me. How could that be? When have I ever lied to you? You shouldn't care about this now, you should care about the effect of training. I want to care, but everyone is being trained like a dog. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 408 Necessary Hard Work. If Zheng Qi and others didn't care much when Zheng Qi said before that the upcoming training would be a devilish training, then after a week of training, they began to find that Zheng Qi really didn't scare them, and even underestimated the difficulty of the training. 1 map a day, staying in the map for a whole afternoon, various randomly refreshed damage positions in the map will keep popping up, training your ability to dodge in the first place, what position and direction to dodge in is the safest, how many body positions to dodge in which direction is the safest. Countless information flooded into their minds until they could no longer remember. Don't try to remember all the information. Trust your first reaction. Only a lot of exercise and sports can make your body react in the most accurate way in time. Do you understand? 1 map a day. These 7 maps are all the home maps we will use. Our home undefeated is trained in this way. In normal training, 1 map a day. Before the game, we will train a certain map for a week. Compared with our opponents in the league, we still need more time to improve, so before that, we can't lose our advantage at home. Zhu Shan's roar echoed in their ears, which made the Fifan players who had just finished the hard training have no energy to speak. Coach, with our current strength, even if we play normally, the possibility of winning is very high. Jin couldn't help but say. He is an old player, and his qualifications are similar to Filei, but he is luckier than Filei. He entered the first team of Canton very early and has several years of experience in the first-class league. He naturally knows that with the current personnel composition of Fifan, in the first-class league, not to mention walking sideways, at least there is a great advantage. If he plays seriously, the winning rate will not be less than 50%, that is, he can get more points than the home undefeated. Our goal is not just the A-League, in the Super League, these complex maps will be familiar to all opponents, and the probability of these maps appearing is also very high. Our only advantage is that our tactical team and training room can simulate an environment closer to the game map. Even if it increases the advantage a little bit, it is a real advantage. Zhu Shan said lightly. And do you think you can play a full strength now? Whether it is the coordination of operation and attribute points, or the degree of adaptation on the field, you need to start from scratch. You're lost in the arena without temper, but it is not just a matter of luck. From the perspective of level, you are much worse than the main players in the first half of the season. They have gone through a year of adaptation, training and baptism of competition to achieve their current performance. Even so, they are far from playing their full abilities. Do you think you can do this? Zheng Qi and others looked at each other in silence. This is a fact, an indisputable fact, so it cannot be refuted. Moreover, for them, the characters with more than 800 attributes are an opportunity for them to become stronger, but it also temporarily makes their performance level worse than before. Just like a sniper, after leaving the gun he is most familiar with, even if he changes to a gun with better functions, before he is fully familiar with this gun, his performance on the battlefield may not be as good as before. The player is the sniper, and the character is the sniper rifle. Players who cannot fully integrate with the character will not be able to perform well even if they have a strong character. To integrate with the character, even if it is just to get familiar with it, it takes a lot of time to adapt, a lot of games to accumulate experience, and of course, a lot of training is also necessary. Without actual operation, it is absolutely impossible to use it as one's arm. In the second half of the season, we don't expect to win all the games, because you still need to adapt, so our basic tactics will not change. Win all the games at home, and the away games are the time to train you. Before that, the results are secondary. The key is to familiarize yourself with the environment and rhythm of the game. Zhu Shan finally said. If you only win all the home games, it will be difficult to win to the top 9, right? Tang Ziyuan said after thinking about it. He had a good memory and rich experience, so he naturally remembered the points in the playoffs in the past few years. In theory, Fifan could get 69 points if they won all their home games, but this score barely reached the standard of the top 9. Fifan won at home and lost away this year, which actually gave other teams more opportunities to score points. If they couldn't get into the top 9 with 69 points, they would be screwed. We will naturally make appropriate adjustments at the time. If you haven't adapted to your new roles by the end of the league, then it will be useless even if we enter the playoffs, because there is no home advantage in the playoffs. Zhu Shan said coldly. Well, even if we win all our games now, we can't get first place, and we still have to play in the playoffs, so it seems that our next task is very important. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said. I'm very happy that you have such awareness. 2 months later, you still won't have important tasks in the game. You'll take on more tasks that the substitutes often do in the first half of the season. The time to really show your strength is in the playoffs. Zhu Shan raised the corner of his mouth and said. No problem, coach. There should be a lot of games in the second half of the season. Zheng Qi said excitedly, after all, we have to leave time for the playoffs. There is also that cup competition. If there is a chance to advance in the cup competition, I will not give up. There is no need to expose your strength. In the cup competition, we can play more normally. Zhu Shan said lightly. Hey, don't we have to preserve our strength in the league? If it is exposed in the cup competition, By Senator asked curiously. It's not to preserve our strength, but to let you feel the game more at ease and not give you too heavy tasks. Do you understand? To be honest, in addition to the playoffs and Super League places, we will also launch an Impact in the China Cup. With our current personnel composition, we are fully capable of launching an Impact. Even if we fail, there is nothing to regret. Zhu Shan replied. What? China Cup? Zheng Qi and his team were really surprised. Not only were they surprised, but Fule and his team were also surprised. To be honest, before the start of this season, all FIFA players, including Zheng Qi and others, were only thinking about the Super League quota. They wanted to not be dragged down in the first half of the season, launch an Impact in the second half of the season, get the opportunity to participate in the playoffs, and then desperately grab the remaining 2 quotas. This is actually a very bold idea. After all, as a new team, few teams can impact the Super League in the first year. However, FIFA's current situation and the level of the players gave them enough confidence. In terms of operation level, they are not inferior to any opponent. In terms of character attributes, they have a huge advantage. In this case, as long as they play well and have excellent tactical command, it is not difficult to win all opponents. But the China Cup, although FIFA seems to be lucky to win to the top 16, what kind of teams are the remaining teams in the top 16? All the top 10 teams in the Super League last year are here. Among the remaining 6 teams, 4 are also super teams, and only 2 teams are from the A level. In addition to FIFA, only Okwang, the most popular team in the A level league, entered the top 16 after being assigned to a group with less competition. They don't believe that FIFA can have such good luck. The next thing is to meet Okwang. In fact, even if they meet the top 5 clubs, it is not a rare thing. What's so great about FIFA meeting a top 5 club in 8 games? If that's the case, impacting the China Cup is a joke, so we take it one step at a time. If we meet a team ranked lower in the Super League, or a mid-level team, don't we really have the ability to resist? Besides, even if we meet the top 5, we can gain some experience. Zheng Qi said with a smile. This made everyone nod their heads. If we really say that our goal is to win the China Cup, others will definitely think that Zheng Qi and Zhu Shan are crazy. But it's not a big problem to take it one step at a time and see what happens. After all teams in the Cup have been playing very openly, which is also a good opportunity to train the team. Moreover, for FIFA, if they meet a super team in the next Cup competition, it can be regarded as a warm-up in advance. Knowing what level a super team is, it is also a very rare experience for FIFA, who is mainly composed of young people. Want to show yourself in front of a super team? Then work hard. We will have ambitious goals, but we must also be down to earth. The hard training now is down to earth. Zhu Shan waved his hand. Rest now, play a game, and have a good rest at night. Tomorrow's training will be more rigorous and more difficult than today. Only by reaching the limit can you be more familiar with your role. Do you understand? Understood. FIFA's players answered collectively. For them, this is not too difficult. After all, they clearly know that only hard training can truly bring out their level. FIFA, who is mainly composed of young players, is not afraid of any hard training. They are young, full of emotions, and their energy and physical fitness are at their peak. Even if they don't want to move after training today, they can go back and rest for a night, and tomorrow they will be 22 lively heroes again. This kind of training method is really like walking on a tightrope. Fortunately, our team is mainly composed of young players, and they are all very obedient. Zhu Shan discussed with Meng Fan privately. The training plan for the past 2 months was discussed by the 2 of them and the geniuses in the tactical department. According to the players' energy, physical fitness and status, the training plans are designed to require them to do their best to complete. Such training may be counterproductive for veterans, but for young players, it is the best way to squeeze out their full potential. Chapter 409. Playing for real. For any competitive sport, a mature team cannot lack veterans, but what is even more indispensable is young players. Veterans represent the present, while young players represent the future. Although the future may not appear, young players have a very broad development path, and the performance of veterans can basically be judged. Using veterans is a fight for the present, and using newcomers is a bet for tomorrow. This is something that many club coaches understand, but it is still very difficult to find a perfect balance between the two. For many coaches, this can be called a global problem, and Zhu Shan actually has no experience in this regard. His coaching experience is only in a few years at Cancun. The situation at Cancun is relatively simple. The most complicated time was probably when they wanted to be promoted to the Super League but were relegated the year before last. Therefore, Zhu Shan's control over the team was not very sufficient at the time. He would train newcomers and unknown players, but lacked the means and ability to communicate with famous players. However, this point will not confuse him now. Fifan's current situation is similar to Kang before. The personnel composition is simple, there are no thorns, and there are always people who listen to his words. Although Fifan's players come from the grassroots, the echelons of various super clubs and the Kang club, most of them were young players. Several older players are from Kang and have relatively honest personalities. Under such circumstances, his command can be implemented to the greatest extent. Honest, obedient, serious, and ambitious, such players under his command do not need to focus on the handling of interpersonal relationships, which he is not good at, but can fully play his characteristics of being good at training players and commanding specific tactics in the game, which makes Zhu Shan very happy during this period. For a coach, having a position with sufficient room for development is more important than a high salary. Although on the surface, Fifan's team should be very complicated. For example, among the current 22 players in the first team, there are 2 major shareholders, 5 small shareholders, 6 players from the Super League echelon, 8 former Kanken players, plus Zifei who was poached from the Yamato League. The personnel composition can be said to be quite complicated. However, in fact, it is not complicated. Zheng Qi and Sujin never considered themselves as major shareholders, and Liguri and others did not think that it was a big deal to have shares in the club. The most important thing was that these people were the best people in the Fifan club. If they did not make trouble, others would not be qualified to make trouble even if they wanted to. Zheng Qi and others joined Fifan because they wanted to become a member of the super team, otherwise they would only be able to make a living in the first-class team. Now Fifan has a clear goal, which is to go to the Super League, so they naturally will not make any trouble at this time. Chen Lin joined Fifan because of Liu Xiao's entrustment, and he also hopes to return to the Super League. As for Zheng Qi and other former Kanken players, they may not have much ambition, but they respect Zhu Shan enough, and they will listen to Zhu Shan's words. Therefore, Zhu Shan was very satisfied with the results of the 2 months of training this summer. Now all our first team members are as familiar with the 7 complex maps as any Super League player, and even better, in terms of adapting to their new roles. Zheng Qi and his team may be a little behind, but they have also begun to gradually adapt to their roles. After adapting in a game, they will be almost there. After all, the pressure of the official game is not comparable to training. Without actual combat operations, they are still a little behind. Zhu Shan said to Meng Fan. Fortunately, we will not lack such experience next season. Meng Fan smiled. Yes, there are 16 games in the second half of the season, 8 home games and 8 away games. The home games will let them adapt to the atmosphere, and the away games will let them train themselves. Isn't this the plan we agreed on before? Zhu Shan nodded. Sometimes plans are afraid of not keeping up with changes. The competition this year may be more intense, and there are also cup competitions, Meng Fan sighed. Speaking of the cup competition, do we really want to challenge for the cup championship? I'm afraid it's a bit reluctant this year. Zhu Shan looked at Meng Fan. In terms of club plans, we must unify our thoughts. There is no room for half-heartedness in the Super League. Of course, the Super League qualification is the most important, there is no doubt about that. In the league, we will follow our plan. In the cup competition, no matter what opponent we meet, we just need to give it our all. Even if we lose, at least we have trained the team, right? Butler Meng smiled. I said the same thing to the players, but I still have doubts. Letting the newcomers preserve their strength will undoubtedly give us some advantages in the playoffs, but if we launch an attack in the cup competition, it will still have a huge impact on our entire plan. The playoffs are too accidental. If we can have a little more advantage, we need to add a little more advantage. No matter how many advantages we have, it is not too much. Otherwise, we may capsize in the ditch. Zhu Shan looked at Meng Fan and said. We don't need those advantages in details. Meng Fan laughed. What are you talking about? Any advantage and victory are accumulated bit by bit through details. Zhu Shan said dissatisfiedly. That's the difference between you and me. Meng Fan continued to smile, very happily. Do you have any ideas for the overall plan? Zhu Shan asked curiously when he saw him like this. He believed that Meng Fan was not a person who shot without purpose, and he also believed in Meng Fan's level. In terms of tactics, he was strong, but in terms of overall strategy and overall situation, Meng Fan was even better. I don't have any other ideas, but I just want to make their game more difficult. Meng Fan stopped smiling and replied lightly. What do you mean? Zhu Shan was a little confused. Do you think that with our level last year, we need to play so hard in the Yamato League? Meng Fan asked back. Your weaknesses last year were obvious, Zhu Shan said after thinking for a while. Our weakness last year was just that we lacked a few professional players. Although there are not many such players, as long as we are willing to look for them, we can still find a lot of them in the Yamato League, especially when we enter the finals. As long as we spread the word, there will be many Yamato players with professional standards willing to join us. Meng Fan said lightly. That's true. Zhu Shan nodded, admitting that Meng Fan's words made sense. There are actually quite a few professional players eliminated from super teams every year. Although most of them have entered the A-level league, the positions in the A-level teams are not unlimited. There is a place for everyone. If they go down, they will naturally take other people's positions, and what about the former A-level players whose positions they have taken? Either they join the club or the guild as senior executives, and still have professional dreams, or those who have no status in the club often go to the Yamato League. Anyway, everyone has no pressure in life, and the proportion of pursuing dreams is quite high. Such players are not to say that there are a lot of them in the Yamato League, but at least there are a lot of them. Tiffin wants to strengthen his strength in the finals. It is not difficult to invite such players and bring in a dozen players with professional operation levels, at least so that they can have no weaknesses as a whole. But we didn't do that. Meng Fan smiled. We thought that you, as a new team, didn't know this, or that you had limited financial resources and couldn't afford those people, so you used amateur players to fill the vacancies. Zhu Shan smiled bigly. There are all these factors. But no matter what, we can still recruit a few people. But we didn't recruit anyone, not only because we want to maintain the unity and purity of the team, but also because we want to have more people than too many. Meng Fan answered. What's the reason? Zhu Shan asked. He was very curious about this matter. Our team is mainly composed of young players. The more difficult the game, the more they can hone their potential. So I want them to take on more things during the game and make the game more difficult. Meng Fan replied indifferently. So you deliberately didn't strengthen the team? God, you are walking on thin ice all the way in last year's game. Zhu Shan was also a guy who reacted quickly. He immediately understood what Meng Fan meant. In any game, you may die, but we won, no matter how dangerous it was, we won, and it also gave the team a great training. Otherwise, would your tactics be so thoroughly implemented in the first half of this year's season? Meng Fan said in an almost cold voice. Crazy, no one dares to do this. 1 year less of entering the professional arena is a year of loss. Zhu Shan shook his head in surprise. I said, the real purpose of our club is different. Meng Fan smiled slightly. What purpose? Zhu Shan asked. To build the strongest team and challenge the 5-time champion. Meng Fan replied. This is the ultimate goal of the so-called professional team. Zhu Shan shook his head speechlessly. Most teams are just talking, but we are serious. Meng Fan continued to smile. Are you really that confident? Zhu Shan asked curiously. With our current personnel composition, if they can fully play their role level and unite together, do you think I have confidence? Meng Fan asked back. But you don't need to be so anxious. Isn't it better to take it slowly? A strong team cannot be built in a short period of time, Zhu Shan sighed. If we take our time, this team may not reach its peak and will fall apart. Don't forget, they are all guys with the potential to be God-level players. We can only bind them with contracts for 1.5 years at most. Even if they see hope and are willing to renew their contracts, 2.5 years at most will be enough. If they can't reach the peak before then, everything will be empty talk. Meng Fan said firmly, so even if we have to gamble and take risks, we have to do this and strive for unprecedented glory before the team disbands. Chapter 410 There is a problem. Zhu Shan was persuaded by Meng Fan. Although no one can be completely persuaded by others, it is normal for both parties to reach an agreement on something. For a more orthodox coach like Zhu Shan, it would be difficult for him to accept such behavior. However, the brilliant prospects described by Meng Fan made him excited. Aim for the 5-time champion. As Meng Fan said, Zhu Shan, like the head coaches of most clubs, believes that this is the ultimate goal, but it is just talk. After all, such a peak is not a goal that anyone can set as a goal. Think about how many amazing people have emerged in the nearly 100-year history of the football era. None of them have been able to fulfill the dream of the 5-time champion, let alone ordinary people like them. After talking with Meng Fan, Zhu Shan began to feel that if the potential of this group of young players is really stimulated and they can work together to perform at the highest level, then the impact of the 5-time champion is not really a dream. Difficult games can truly make players grow up and stimulate all their fighting spirit and strength. To achieve this, of course, we must first inspire their fighting spirit and then find a strong opponent. However, in the level arena, after Fifin fills in the newcomers, even in a normal confrontation, other opponents may find it difficult to fight against them. After all, their attribute advantage is too great. So in this case, it is necessary to increase the difficulty of the game to hone the player's abilities and the running in of the roles. This is of course risky, but Mengfan dared to take risks in the knockout match last year where losing one game would lose the whole year, let alone this year's league. Playing each game a little harder can also have enough tolerance. And giving their all in the cup competition is to fully expose their strength. This was originally their biggest advantage, but they took the initiative to give up such an advantage just to make the game more difficult. Mengfan's behavior is the behavior of a madman, but Zhu Shan decided to follow Mengfan to go crazy. What is he afraid of? He is still young, a young head coach, and can withstand failure. Don't the other players know? Zhu Shan finally asked Mengfan. Zheng Qi doesn't know. Although he is very good at observing details, that is limited to the court. He also understands that difficult games are also a kind of training for him. If he plays too easily, the training he gets in the game is far less than the training effect Shen Ruofei got in the Super League, the Intercontinental Cup and the World Cup. Mengfan replied. What does this have to do with Shen Ruofei? Zhu Shan was confused again. Of course he knew Shen Ruofei. Last year's best newcomer was also considered to be the best newcomer with the highest gold content in 20 years. With only more than one season of top league experience, he was already recognized as a top god-level player. His status in Chengdu was almost comparable to Lu Xiaoshan. What does such a promising guy have to do with Fifin? Shen Ruofei was also a member of Fifin back then, but he was poached by Chengdu before the Fifin club was established. Zheng Qi is very interested in playing against him. Mengfan replied. Zhu Shan was shocked again. Shen Ruofei is really related to your Fifin. Your team is too abnormal, Mengfan continued. The other players don't know, only Su Jin is careful and guessed some of my ideas, but she also agrees with me that only under such extreme circumstances can all the players' levels be fully brought into play. Don't know Zheng Qi? He is a super smart guy, Zhu Shan reminded. He is only smart in studying and playing games. Mengfan smiled. He won't notice anything. Then, let's do it this way. I will try my best to cooperate with you. We still have to maintain our home wins in the league next time. Zhu Shan nodded. He felt that he had nothing to say. Of course, but that's your business. You are the head coach, and I am only responsible for the guild. Mengfan said. Zhu Shan laughed. If Zhu Shan had doubts about Mengfan's purpose before, he had no doubts now. It seems that Mengfan is really not interested in the position of head coach. After all, his specialty is not here, and it is not easy for Fifin to find a good coach now. He may be the best choice for Fifin. Of course, Fifin is also Zhu Shan's best choice now. Both sides are the best, so there will naturally be no big problems. For Fifin's players, they have indeed had a hard time in the past 2 months. The daily boss snatching time and training time are fully arranged. Although Zhu Shan also arranges a traditional football game for them every day to relax their minds, and there are also good facilities in the club after training every day for them to rest better, so that they can maintain the most full emotions when they go online the next day, but hard work is hard work. After 2 months, they have a total of 3 days off, which makes them feel very tired. So before the start of the second half of the season, Zhu Shan gave them 3 days off to let them have a good rest. In a big city like G City, there are of course many places for leisure and entertainment. Although almost everyone's activity space is now concentrated in the football era, there are also many people pursuing enjoyment in reality. Fifin's current players are not considered a high-income group. After all, even if they are professional players, they are in the first class, and their income is only slightly higher than that of ordinary people. Only by becoming players in the Super League can they gain more, but who makes them have a generous captain? Zheng Qi waved his hand and said to everyone, I'll pay for the expenses these days. He is not only the captain, but also the major shareholder. Now, he is also the boss of all the players. For Fifin, who is mainly composed of young players, this approach is very important. This approach is not professional, but it is almost a way of chivalry, which makes the young players trust and like him as the captain. Fulei and other role players are not used to this, but Fulei has been with Zheng Qi and others in the new area for such a long time and knows what kind of style they are. Zheng Qi and others have some opinions, but they also know that this is not a big deal. After a very comfortable rest for 3 days, FIFA will start to prepare for the next game. The second half of the league starts from mid-August to mid-October. In 9 weeks, they will play 16 league games, including 2 China Cup games. Of course, this often has nothing to do with the teams in the first-class league, but time must be freed up. In this summer, Zheng Qi performed very well. They swept all the opponents in the East Asian Cup and won their 3rd East Asian Cup championship in 5 years. The speed at which the Chinese team won the championship made the opponents in other East Asian countries feel ashamed. However, in the face of China's population advantage, this advantage is difficult for others to shake. The model of the football era determines that the country with the largest population has a greater probability of producing top players. Unlike the traditional football before, the center of the football era is now in Asia, not in Europe or South America, because Asia has the largest population in the world. Zheng Qi won their 2nd championship this season, and their advantage in the league is very large, almost a foregone conclusion. Perhaps no one can stop them in that cup competition. Their hope of winning the 5 championships this year is getting bigger and bigger, and it seems bigger than ever before. In fact, they had opportunities in the past 2 years, but Tin He is worthy of being Zheng Qi's biggest opponent. They sniped them twice. This year, Tin He has already lost in the Super Cup and is even ranked lower than Suitland in the league. At this time, what team can stop Zheng Qi? No one can think of anything. It's not that there were no strong teams in the past, but there were really few teams as strong as Zheng Qi now. The only ones that others could think of immediately were Meng Fifan and Chen Feng's Nanglo. Under such circumstances, Fifan's wonderful results attracted some attention, but not many people paid close attention to their results. After all, such wonderful results were just wonderful, not surprising achievements. Small tricks are not good enough. In the world of football era, the only way to attract everyone's attention is to strive for top owners. Just like Zhou, they are certainly the most thoughtful and best-looking team in that first-class league, and they've also attracted a large number of die-hard fans, but they can't rush into the Super League, and the number of die-hard fans is limited, and the influence is also limited. In the final analysis, competitive games still rely on results. FIFA quickly proved their strength. At the beginning of the 31st round of the league, they faced a weak team at home and won again, extending their home winning streak to 16 games. With 9 members of the first team replaced, their victory seemed easier than before. The new players all showed excellent operation ability and strong character attributes. Under such circumstances, FIFA wanted to win. Of course, it would be easier. At home, they beat the opponent 4 goals. The advantages of terrain and attributes allowed them to completely suppress their opponents. However, in fact, for those teams who were paying attention to FIFA, some problems that FIFA encountered in this game made them feel a little strange. Winning is what they should do, and winning easily is what they should do, but the performance of FIFA's newcomers made them feel a little strange. Chapter 411. I will definitely see them next year. Those who would pay attention to FIFA were basically the top-ranked teams in the league. After all, after the first half, Zheng Qi had a big advantage in points. As long as they didn't have any problems, they would basically be able to win the league championship and the only spot to win to the Super League directly. For Zheng Qi now, the most important thing was to do their best. But the other teams were different. After the first half, the point gap between the second-placed Yinshuang and the 13th-placed Zheng Qi was only 14 points, and the point gap between Yinshuang and Zheng Qi was 11 points. Under such circumstances, the situation was actually very clear. The goal of the teams after the 13th place was to stay in the league, and the 12 teams from the 2nd to the 13th place would be the objects of competition for the 8 playoff spots. After playing the first half of the game, most teams were already very clear about the strength of both sides. Zheng Qi's level was indeed the best, and Hong Yuan was only second to Zheng Qi because they had a god-level player. However, compared with the 2 relegated teams, Yinshuang and Diluo, their disadvantage was that they were still a little worse overall, and the other teams were a little worse than these 4. Among the top 9 teams, the only team that could really make a leap in strength was FIFA. No matter how good other clubs were, they didn't have any youth training system, and they couldn't get any reinforcements in the middle of the season. Only FIFA could have a huge increase in strength. So in this round of games, FIFA's performance was immediately closely watched by the teams that had a chance to win to the playoffs. There's something wrong with the performance of those newcomers. Their operations are much better, but the role they actually play is not much different from the previous substitutes. They just stand there on output. That's normal. These people are basically the former players of Canton, that is, ordinary professional players. Even if they have created a strong account, they may not have such experience. This is a role that cannot be acted casually. Well, after all, they are players in the first division. If they were really outstanding, they should have been poached when Canton was relegated, and would not have waited until now to join Pfiffen. I think Pfiffen has no one to find, and they have no channels to recruit experienced players, so they will use more newcomers. Now it seems that Pfiffen's performance in the second half of the season will not make any leaps. They are still very good at home, but on the road, they will most likely be the same as in the first half of the season. Maybe their newcomers can be honed in the playoffs, but if there is a chance, maybe they can be kicked out of the playoffs. After watching the game carefully, the coaches and players of other teams naturally had various ideas of their own. The competition for league rankings has always been very complicated and difficult to calculate, because you can't know what points you can get and what points you can't get. However, this year's Pfiffen is an exception. What points they can get is almost predictable. Let's see what their results are in the next away game. Almost everyone was thinking this way. So, in the 32nd round of the league, when all the Pfiffen players took turns to play, they kept attacking like a pile of loose sand, and were beaten to a pulp by the opponent. Almost everyone was sure that this year's Pfiffen's league points might be 69 points. This group of newcomers is indeed much better than the previous substitutes. It can be seen from their operations that they are obviously a level higher. However, on the court, they have no balance at all and often act in a scattered manner. The most common scene is that one of them encounters 2 or 3 opponents, and after a brave resistance, they are beaten up by a group. With people constantly dying, their overall defense and offensive are naturally much weaker, and the scene has always been at a disadvantage. Although they only lost 2 goals in the end, from the scene, it was a complete failure. But in the 33rd round, they played at a high level at home again. They performed extremely well against the 5th-ranked Yokwang. Although Yokwang had many outstanding performances, they still seized the opportunity to score first. Then, Pfiffen appeared most often this season. They took advantage of the complex terrain to resist the opponent's counter-attack and make the opponent depressed. Compared with the first half of the season, Pfiffen has not changed at all. Many coaches of the teams thought so in their hearts. However, this scene fell into the eyes of people who were more familiar with Pfiffen, and it had a different taste. This year, Pfiffen played very interestingly. After finishing the training for the day, Lu Xiaoshan pulled Shen Ruofei in the leisure area of the club and said to him, "It's very interesting. They won all the home games and lost all the away games." Shen Ruofei replied, "Ha, but recently since the start of the second half of the season, they are obviously using away games to train their troops." Lu Xiaoshan laughed. "Training?" Shen Ruofei asked in confusion. "Don't play dumb, can't you see? Their tactics are to make the newcomers always face the state of being besieged. In this situation, they can show more of their role advantages. Under such pressure, they can become more familiar with their roles." Lu Xiaoshan shook his head. Shen Ruofei nodded silently. He didn't know this before, but after getting familiar with Lu Xiaoshan, he also got such guidance from Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan also faced such a problem in the past. He was lucky to get the strongest account, but such an account, except for Meng Pfiffen in the past, no one had it, so he had no experience in controlling such a powerful character, so he used a method that looked very cruel. The record of a single person charging was created by Lu Xiaoshan. He rushed into a group alone and was killed after killing 13 people. This is the record of the entire myth zone. However, when everyone talked about this with relish, they basically ignored one point: why did Lu Xiaoshan do this? In extremely difficult situations, exercising to one's own limits is the key to Lu Xiaoshan's doing this. Such training requires a huge price. After all, every time you die, the materials of legendary equipment will be exploded. At the time, Chengfeng was not a super strong team, but just a mid-level club in the league. Their guild was not at the level of the top 5, but Chengfeng still paid such a price. That year, Chengfeng's guild warehouse was almost emptied by Lu Xiaoshan. Such a huge price brought a first person in the football era. Shen Ruofei also trained himself in this way and was able to quickly become a veritable top player in the football era. The amount of materials he consumed was quite a lot. Pfiffen could actually come up with such a method. Obviously, their guild is not strong, so they can't do this continuously. However, they can use actual combat matches to train these people. This is a very good method. Even if the number of times is relatively small, it is enough to some extent. Lu Xiaoshan smiled. And according to our statistics during this period, Pfiffen's warehouse has shrunk quite a lot. In the process of fighting for the boss in the past 2 months, they also often use this method to train themselves, but it's not so frequent and it doesn't seem to be very noticeable, but it also consumes a lot of materials in their warehouse. Wen Xiang, who was sitting next to Lu Xiaoshan, added. In this way, the possibility of them entering the Super League this year is much greater. Shen Ruofei couldn't help laughing. Although he left Fifan, he still hoped to see Fifan perform better. After all, for him, he still has deep feelings for Fifan. If you really want to count, he can also be regarded as a youth trainer of Fifan, although no one cares about this title now. As long as they can enter the top 9, then in the playoffs, they have a very high chance of getting a place. 2 months is enough for those newcomers to show at least 80% of their strength. Such a group of guys with strong attribute points should be able to sweep the A-level league. Lu Xiaoshan sighed. Sister Wen, is that so? Shen Ruofei turned his head and looked at Wen Xiang. Hey, what are you doing? Do you have any doubts about my judgment? Lu Xiaoshan said unhappily. Well, compared to you, the captain, I trust Sister Wen's judgment more, Shen Ruofei nodded honestly. Wen Xiang laughed happily on the side, and Lu Xiaoshan glared at Shen Ruofei. My judgment is about the same. After laughing, Wen Xiang still nodded and agreed with Lu Xiaoshan's judgment. As long as they work better as a whole and the others perform better, let alone sweeping the A-level league, even in the Super League, they are at least one of the top 8 contenders. This is a high praise. In the Super League team, although it has been basically a duo of Chengfeng and Tinhe in the past few years, the top 8 is still a watershed. The average sponsorship amount per player is often more than double that of the teams behind. After all, good results can attract more attention. With that said, I am looking forward to meeting them in next year's competition. Shen Ruofei said with a little excitement. Of course, there are always surprises in the competition, but in my opinion, unless there is an extremely huge surprise, otherwise, we will definitely meet them next year. Wen Xiang smiled. Don't think too much about next year. Don't forget that our real goal is to win the 5 championships this year and create an unprecedented glorious era. Don't be distracted. Lu Xiaoshan reminded. Don't worry, Captain, Fifan is the strongest now, even the Southland back then may not be as strong as we are now. Shen Ruofei said confidently. The 5 championships must belong to us. Lu Xiaoshan and Wen Xiang nodded at the same time. This is also something they firmly believe in. For the 5 championships, Chengfeng is determined to win. Chapter 412. Draw for the quarterfinals. In the big world of the league, everyone and every team has their own position. These positions are not immutable, but generally speaking, they still seem to be somewhat distinct. Chengfeng's goal this year is to win the 5-time championship, and they are moving towards this goal, while strong teams such as Tinhehan and Shenhuaxinfeng will try every means to snipe them. This is not because they have a grudge against Chengfeng, but for the honor of the 5-time championship. If others do not try their best to snipe, then this honor will lose its meaning. One of the great factors of the professional league in the football era is that more players fight for their ideals, not just for income. For Fifan, their goal is very obvious to the outside world: concentrate on playing in the league, keep the playoffs, and then fight for one of the 2 Super League places in the playoffs. Most of the Fifan players also think so, and only a few people know the real goal of Fifan this season. In the following league, Fifan continued to have a strange record of being invincible at home and losing all away games. At home, whether it was the strong teams that they did not encounter at home in the first half of the season, such as Bailuo Lihuaok South Hezan, or those ordinary relegation teams, Fifan kept winning at home. Yaoquang, who played the most dazzling games, lost to them. Hezan, who played stably, lost to them. Lihuo, whose players had the strongest fighting spirit, also lost to them. And Bailuo, the super team last season, also lost to them. But in away games, they continued to lose all games, and were beaten badly by the opponent in every game. So although their points were constantly increasing, they were always in the middle position, constantly rising and falling, just in that range. The performance in the league was stable, and in the cup competition, Fifan gave everyone a surprise. The China Cup reached the top 16, and the probability of encountering a weak team was actually very small. There were only 2 Class A teams among the 16 teams, and the top 10 teams in the Super League last season were all there. No matter what the opponent was, it was incomparable to Fifan now. Their luck was not very good either. In the random draw for the top 16, they encountered Tianlong. This draw made Xiong Fei feel a little unsure about what to do. He and Tianlong had broken up, but after he left Tianlong's performance this season did not decline. Yozi performed well, and the other players of Jinlong also showed an extremely good state. They ranked in the top 6 in the league, a little higher than Corning. This change also made Xiongfei feel very embarrassed. In his opinion, without him as a core player, Jinlong should not have a good performance. But for Fan, Xiongfei is also very unhappy now. If it weren't for the loss to Fifan that hurt Hong Yuan's vitality, they would not have been left behind by Chongsao by such a long distance, and they would have had a chance to rush for the championship in the second half of the season. Now there is nothing. When these two teams met, Xiongfei felt depressed and happy. He was depressed because he didn't know which team to support, and he was happy that one of the two teams he hated would always be eliminated. Although this had nothing to do with Hong Yuan, Xiongfei didn't mind making himself happy. The China Cup matches are all single-game matches, that is, there is no home and away distinction, so Xiongfei felt that he hoped that Jinlong would die, because it was obvious that Fifan should not have the strength to attack further. If Jinlong died in this round, Fifan would probably die in the next round. After the game, Xiongfei, who watched the whole game, felt more complicated. His prayers seemed to have worked. In this very intense game, Fifan unexpectedly had the last laugh. They fought hard with Jinlong on a mat that was not particularly complicated, but also somewhat complicated. In the end, relying on a somewhat lucky goal, Fifan defeated Jinlong 2-1 and advanced to the quarterfinals of the China Cup. This is also the first time in the past 5 years that a team from the first-class league has reached the quarterfinals of the China Cup. After all, on the whole, it is difficult for the first-class team to compete with the super team. Xiongfei should be very happy that his expectations have become a reality, but the process of the game did not make him happy. In this game, Fifan used the same method to deal with Hong Yuan most of the time. Fulei clung to Jinlong's core player Yozi and tried to cut off his connection with other teammates. Then, through the efforts of other players, he suppressed Jinlong's other players with attribute points, creating advantages little by little, and then seized 2 opportunities to win the game. This tactic is simple to say, but it is difficult to implement in practice. Everyone knows that most super teams play around god-level players, and their every move is the barometer of the performance of the entire team. But is it that easy to suppress god-level players? The so-called god-level players are top players who can surpass other players by 1 level in performance. If one person can keep an eye on them, what kind of god-level players are they? And if such a player needs 2 people to keep an eye on, then there are many loopholes in other positions. For that confrontation of the football era, 1 more person will make a huge difference. To achieve this, someone must entangle the opponent's god-level player, and at the same time have an advantage in other positions. This theory is easy to say, but this configuration is difficult to achieve. Top teams can use this method to crush the opponent's lineup. For example, Lu Xiaoxun often takes on 2 players in a match to create opportunities for others. However, ordinary teams can only work hard on tactics. However, Fifan can easily complete this tactic. Fulei can entangle Xiongfei, so he can entangle Yozi. In addition, Fifan's other players may be inferior to Jinlong's players in operation, but the advantage in attributes can completely fill such a gap. With Zheng Qi and other outstanding players, their victory looks dangerous, but it is actually very safe. After seeing Fifan win in this way against Jinlong, Xiongfei knew that Fifan's current strength is indeed excellent. Maybe they are just in the league to exercise their strength. When this thought appeared in Xiongfei's mind, he became even more uneasy. The matchup situation in the playoffs is like this: the 2nd place versus the 9th place, the 3rd place versus the 8th place, the 4th place versus the 7th place, and the 5th place versus the 6th place. The 2nd, 9th, 5th and 6th places are in one half zone, and the other half zones. Only the champion of each half zone can get the final place. If Fifan gets the 9th place and Hong Yuan gets the 2nd place, then Hong Yuan will meet Fifan in the first playoff game. With the strength Fifan has shown now, can Hong Yuan win? Thinking of this, Xiongfei felt a little scared. He didn't want to stay in the league for another year. This was not his plan. But this kind of thing was not something he could control. Now the 2nd, 3rd and 4th places were tied together, and the points of the teams behind were also very close. No matter what team it was, the ranking would change drastically after 1 round. Was he going to find ways to make Hong Yuan avoid Fifan for the playoffs now? This was simply impossible. However, after winning this game, Fifan entered the top 8 of the China Cup. If they put too much energy into the cup, their position in the league would be unstable. If they failed to win to the top 9, Hong Yuan would have nothing to fear. Striving for the 2nd place is of course necessary, because this way, the third and fourth place Yinchuan can be thrown into one half zone. Now, judging from the situation in the league, the second, third and fourth place teams are obviously much better than others. If they can strive for the second place, they can take more advantage in the playoffs. Thinking of this, Shi Yongfei didn't know how entangled he was. He could only pray that Fifan would strive to go further in the China Cup, preferably to hit the final championship, so that they could be more distracted in the league. It would be better if such a dangerous opponent did not enter the playoffs. However, after the draw for the quarterfinals came out, Shi Yongfei became even more depressed. Except for Fifan, the top 8 teams are all strong teams: Changfeng Tinhe, Kangning, Shenhua, and Nanglo, which was the top 6 last year, plus Xingdu, who is also an excellent team in the middle. The gold content is quite high. Shi Yongfei hopes that Fifan can draw Xingdu. Xingdu is a little worse than Tianlong, but their overall performance is not bad. If Fifan wants to defeat Xingdu, he must put more energy in the game. In this way, their performance in the league will also be affected. But after the draw results came out, Shi Yongfei was speechless to see that Fifan was suddenly unlucky and drew Tinhe. Even if you draw Nanglo Shenhua, it's better than Tinhe. Tinhe has at least been the runner-up in the cup competition for the past 4 years, Shi Yongfei thought in his heart very speechlessly. In Shi Yongfei's view, Fifan will only do one thing now, that is to give up the cup competition and make a full effort in the league. They must strive to ensure the top 9 to be worthy at their efforts this year. If there is a chance to advance in the cup competition, such an honor will make a young team like Fifan go to their heads and not know what the focus is. However, being drawn to Tinhe is like a basin of cold water poured on the head, making even the most confused people sober up instantly. Unfortunately, it seems that we have to focus on the changes in the schedule and rankings in the future. It's best not to stay with Fifan and his gang. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, all the hard work of this year will be in vain. Shi Yongfei thought regretfully in his heart. His judgment may be correct, but what he didn't know was that Fifan had different understandings and attitudes towards this. Chapter 413. Unity of Will. Damn, Tinhe, it's so exciting. This was Zheng Qi's first reaction after seeing the result of the quarterfinal draw. In Shi Yongfei's opinion, when Zheng Qi saw the draw, he should have felt unlucky. After all, there were 7 opponents. There were only 2 teams of Changfeng and Tinhe's level. It would be better to meet any other opponents than these 2. However, Zheng Qi felt very excited. This kind of abnormal reaction was not a very surprising thing in the Fifan club. In the eyes of many Fifan players, it was abnormal for Zheng Qi not to have such a reaction. From the beginning, Zheng Qi, who lacked knowledge of the professional league, had no special reaction to those top teams. Now, he has a better understanding of that professional league, and he is even a member of the professional league. However, facing any opponent, he will not be afraid. The stronger the opponent, the more exciting it is to play. This is Fifan's idea. At least Su Jin, Zheng Qi, Niao, Li Rui and others who were very familiar with him did not show any surprise. Damn, Captain, what are you so happy about? Of course, there are also people who don't particularly understand this. Wang Yuanfeng was puzzled by Zheng Qi's joy as if he had picked up 5 million. Playing against Tinhe is so exciting, shouldn't I be happy? I've played against Lu Xiaoshan many times, and we're all familiar with each other, but I haven't played against Li Qing's yet. Zheng Qi said happily. You two were in different positions, Wang Yuanfeng said helplessly. Besides, with our current strength, we have a great chance of winning against mid-level teams. Entering the semi-finals is different from entering the quarter-finals. It's the same. There's not much difference between being able to win to the quarter-finals and being able to win to the semi-finals. It's just the income from one more game. But we're facing Tinhe in this game. Think about it, how many fans Tinhe has, Su Jing said with a smile beside her. Maybe she understood Zheng Qi's meaning best. Zheng Qi snapped his fingers, then pointed at Su Jin, as if to say, you really understand me. Wang Yuanfeng was stunned for a moment, then he immediately reacted, indeed, that's Tinhe. Although it seems to be less popular than Changfeng, it is also one of the 2 supergiants now. The average attendance of their each game exceeds 20 million. If they play a game with Fifan, Fifan can make a lot of money just from the ticket revenue. Usually, the number of ticket holders we can get for a game is less than 2 million, but now it has become more than 10 million. One game is at least equivalent to 5 games. Damn, it's exciting. As a second generation, Wang Yuanfeng is still very sensitive to economics, maybe more than that. Think about it, we're a Class A team, and we have entered the quarterfinals and can face Tinhe. This gimmick alone can attract a lot of people to watch the game. Maybe the ticket revenue of this game will be equivalent to 7 or 8 games we usually play. What a wonderful thing. Zheng Qi laughed. If we can beat Team Head, then no matter which team we play against next, it will be even more glorious. This is a bit difficult, Su Jing said hesitantly. Of course it was difficult before, but now we are strong and have no weaknesses. Team Head is in the process of blood transfusion, so we are not without opportunities. Zheng Qi smiled. Of course, the specific tactics will depend on the coach. Zhu Shan nodded slightly. As a coach who is good at tactics, Zhu Shan is also very eager to fight against Team Head. Li Qing's is recognized as the strongest tactician in the league. His tactical ability is not inferior to any top head coach who is good at tactics. Even if he still has a lot of shortcomings compared with coaches with a broader perspective in the overall situation, his characteristic of timely response on the spot can completely make up for this. Zhu Shan is also a head coach who is good at tactics. Of course, he wants to personally experience what the strongest tactician in the league is like. In the Fifen team, there are of course more stable ones. Fulei feels that the current 9th place is not stable. Is it a bit careless to focus on the cup game? However, seeing that everyone else, including Zheng Qi and others, are all excited, he can't help but swallow his words back. Old Fu, you have to talk to the coach. That night, the only 4 older players in Fifen were drinking tea in a room. After Jin swallowed a mouthful of tea, he said to Fulei with a bitter face. Seeing him like this, Fulei couldn't help laughing. This Jin had a hot temper and never had the patience to drink tea slowly. He either drank alcohol, functional drinks, or plain water. Today, in order to talk to him, he patiently watched him brew the kung fu tea for half a day. It can be said that he was well-intentioned. If you don't like it, don't force it. Fulei turned around and took out a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and threw it to Jin. Jin took it with a smile, took a big sip, and then said comfortably, Old Fu, don't change the subject. You know why I came here, and the two of them are the same. Zheng Thong and Tang Ziyuan nodded at the same time. There are many young players in the team now. We old players don't have to be the leaders, but at least we have to keep everyone calm at the critical moment. To be honest, I have played in Canton for several years and have never seen such a strong team. Isn't it good to concentrate on the Super League? The cup competition is certainly a very important honor, but its importance should be lower than promotion to the Super League. Zheng Thong said sincerely. That's right, Captain. After entering the Super League, even if we are not strong enough and have to be eliminated, that is another matter. In the Super League, the club can develop better. Don't think that our club seems to be doing well now. In reality, what about Zheng Qi, the major shareholder, doesn't have much money. Fifen's current expenses are even greater than Kang's. How long can he support the money he won from gambling? If we can't enter the Super League this year, I'm afraid that the finances will be in trouble next year. It doesn't matter if we old people suffer a little, and it doesn't matter if we get less income. Anyway, we have been doing well for so many years, but can those young guys endure it? The team may be disbanded by then. Tang Ziyuan nodded in the same way. And I heard that the 5 people who Zheng Qi signed a 3-year contract at the time, and this year is already the 2nd year. Jin added. I'm not the captain now, the captain is Zheng Qi. Fulei said to Tang Ziyuan first, then nodded. You all have a point, I think so too, but then I thought, the coach always thinks further than us. Why didn't he say he would concentrate on the league? The coach, he is a person who pursues tactical confrontation, and the confrontation with Li Qing's itself has made him unable to keep a normal mind. Tang Ziyuan sighed. I thought so at first, but then I thought, it shouldn't be. The coach certainly attaches importance to this game, but can't he think that after entering the Super League, he can play against Li Qing's twice a year? Isn't it more exciting? Besides, even if we are more focused in this game, we won't have a big problem in the league. It's just the top 9. Is there any difference between 9th and 2nd? Anyway, we can't get 1st place. Fulei spread his hands and said with a smile. That's right, anyway, we can't beat Team Head. We can play a big game, and we lose if we lose. Zheng Thong smiled. Don't think like that. We must have the confidence to win any game. You just said that you have never been in such a strong team. Since we are so strong, why don't we dream of better results? Fulei said seriously. We are all ordinary players. We are lucky to get your God-level account. This is a luck. In such an environment, we can play better than our real ability, and our contribution to the team is also greater. In such a situation, I think we should do more, right? Old Fu is right. Think about when we only had more than 700 attribute points, now we have a god level account with more than 800 attribute points. The recent training has also made us begin to become more adapted to this account. We work hard together, listen to the coach's command, and get some memorable owners. It's much better than in the past. Wu Jin waved his fist and shouted. Tang Ziyuan and Zheng Thong also nodded involuntarily. They actually represent the majority of ordinary professional players, with average talents and average roles. Although they have an incomparable advantage in front of amateur players, they will not appear to be so outstanding compared to any professional player. Such players often spend their entire lives in the middle and lower level teams. It is difficult for them to become Super League players. Wu Jin and Tang Ziyuan are both Kanken youth trainees. The fact that they are in a first-class youth training team shows that they are not very outstanding, otherwise they would not have the status of a super team youth trainee. Zheng Thong is better, but the team he came from is just a middle-lower level team in the Super League. He did not get a professional contract. Soon after he left the team was relegated. Then he played even worse in the first-class league and soon became an amateur team, disappearing from everyone's sight. They were originally destined to be unknown for their entire lives. Now, there is an opportunity to impact and strive for honor. Why are they not excited? Before, they just felt that the Super League qualification was more important, and now, their fighting spirit and confidence have been completely aroused. Fifen's entire team's will has been sufficiently unified at this moment. This is very important. If the team's will is not unified, it will not perform well on the field and cannot exert its full strength. Facing a team like Teen Head, if you are still half-hearted, you are courting death. Now Fifen is truly qualified to step onto such a stage and has the capital to compete with Teen Head. Chapter 414 Li Qing's plan. In the past 6 months, Li Qing has had a hard time. Being the absolute core of a team like Teen Head, whose position is even more important than that of a coach, is a very honorable thing. However, with such an honor comes great pressure. In the evaluation of public opinion, the most special one in the entire league is not the recognized number 1 Lu Xiaoshan, but Li Qing's. No matter how strong Lu Xiaoshan is, he is also a player. It is his duty to charge into battle on the field. He can't do anything else. What about Li Qing's? He doesn't have to fight on the field very often. After all, he is a supporting player. Using supporting players to charge into battle is a waste of talent. Occasionally switching a few combat cards is considered a tactical change. It is not worth doing this in the long run. Therefore, Li Qing rarely kills opponents and rarely scores goals himself. However, when he is on the field, he can raise the level of the entire team to a higher level. Teen He is not as good as Changfeng as a whole, but in the past 2 years, it has always been able to fight with Changfeng without losing the wind, all because of Li Qing's. Because they understand his value, Teen He has such high trust in Li Qing's and gives him such high authority. When Ren Shifen was there, Li Qing's did not have such a high status. However, with the retirement of Ren Shifen and the entry of Zhou Main, Li Qing's status in the club has long surpassed the upper limit of a player. However, after the arrival of this year, Changfeng has strengthened its strength again, and Teen He began to be unable to suppress the opponent with tactics. Tactics always have an upper limit. If the opponent is too strong and cannot use tactics to offset the opponent's advantages, then no matter how outstanding Li Qing's is, there is nothing he can do. And Li Qing's began to take the initiative to change the team's goals this year and began to focus on training new players. Although it is extremely normal from the overall strategic point of view, it is much worse than before from the perspective of temporary results. Han Yimin, Juan Bao, Du Qingfen, Gu, 4 players under the age of 20 entered the first-line team, eliminating several old players. You have to know that a team has only 22 people, and changing 4 at once means that nearly 1/5 of the candidates have been replaced, and the entire team will naturally have some problems. Moreover, Teen He's lineup has always been very stable. Since Li Qing's entered the first-line team and established a firm foothold and gradually replaced the Blood, their first-line team has not been changed for 3 years. This certainly seems to make the team stagnant, but what is the reality? In the past 3 years, Teen He has won 2 league championships, 1 cup championship, 2 Super Cup championships, 2 East Asian Cup championships, and 2 World Cup championships. In the past 3 years, even Changfeng's results are much worse than Teen He's. Of course, if we extend it to the last 4 years, the results of both sides are similar, but Teen He is now beginning to decline, and Changfeng is becoming more and more outstanding. And now that the Blood has been replaced, what has the result become? They lost to Chengdu in the Super Cup, which was the last time they were so close to Chengdu so far. In the league, they are now only ranked 4th. Losing points that should not be lost in many games is a key. The cup competition is as good as always, reaching the quarterfinals, but such results are of course much worse than in previous years. After all, for a team that has won N championships in the past 4 years, and even if it didn't win a championship, it would have been the runner-up, this result is already a big decline. Fortunately, Zheng Qi has a shrewd management. Although it was the legendary coach Zheng Qi who strongly recommended him, if they hadn't made up their mind, they would not have let a young man like Li Qing's take on such an important task. Their trust in Zheng Qi has brought enough rewards, and Li Qing's has become the top player. Now it's only half a season of decline, so they won't lose confidence in Li Qing's. What's more, Zhuomen is also supporting Li Qing's. If Li Qing shows signs of decline, Zhuomen is the one who has the most reason to make trouble. After all, he is the head coach, and Li Qing's existence makes the head coach's brilliance less. But Zheng Qi's vision is not wrong. Zhuomen is low-key, but he is a coach who puts the interests of the club above his personal interests. Li Qing's is now using temporary achievements to pave the way for future development. Professional insiders can see this. However, in such a situation, a coach who has the ability to make his personal interests greater while maintaining the overall interests is an extraordinary person, even if he seems inconspicuous. This extraordinary person expressed his attitude in front of the management and insisted on supporting Li Qing's, leaving Zheng Qi with an opportunity to become strong again. Zheng Qi is not a monolithic organization. The interior of any club is not a monolithic organization. As a joint stock club, there are also many ambitious guys in Zheng Qi's current management. Overthrowing Li Qing's is equivalent to overthrowing the position of the current chairman. However, under Zhuomen's efforts, such an opportunity has disappeared. Of course, it is only temporarily lurking, but at least now, Zheng Qi's internal situation is stable. It takes a long time to hone a new lineup. Thank you, coach. Li Qing said to Zhuomen. It's just my job. Zhuomen waved his hand. But this period of time is very long. Yes, especially Han Yimin, he can fill the weaknesses in our lineup. With better luck, he may be the next Lu Xiaoshan, but we have never used such tactics before. It is really difficult to gradually shift the focus of attack to him. However, this is what must be done. No matter how difficult the task is, if you don't do it, you'll never make progress. Li Qing nodded. Few people can see the long term like you. Teacher Ren didn't make a mistake back then. Zhuomen patted Li Qing's shoulder with relief. This player who sits in a wheelchair and has difficulty walking is much stronger in his heart than many healthy people. Isn't it the same for you? Self-esteem head, the greatest is not me, nor you, but Mr. Ren. Li Qing smiled slightly. There's nothing much to say about the league. If we can't win the championship, the top few places are fine. The ranking may be a little lower, but it won't affect our status. It's just right to let go and train people. But we made it to the quarterfinals of the cup competition, and we are facing a Class A team. The result should be better. Zhuomen changed the subject. This Class A team is not ordinary. Li Qing smiled. Whether they can win or not, it's uncertain now. It's the team that played against Chengdu for a while, right? It should be really good, but looking at their ranking in the Class A league, it's only in the middle. Maybe they have potential, but they may not be able to show it now. In the last round, they defeated Jinlong and their performance was indeed good, but compared with us, it's not enough, right? Zhuomen was stunned. It's hard to say. The team that Lu Xiaoshan values, it won't be that simple. Unfortunately, the information we have collected is only their performance in the Yamato League and the first-class league in the past 2 years. These performances may not prove anything, and their personnel changes are very large, but several core members have been retained. Zheng Qi, Su Jin, Zheng Qi, we need to be careful. Li Qing sighed. What's more, I always have a feeling that this team will be very dangerous in the future. Zhuomen nodded silently. He believed in Li Qing's feelings because in many competitions, when there was obviously no intelligence support, Li Qing's feelings could always find the most correct direction. He was too familiar with this. The next training can only be based on me. After all, our goal is to train the team, not anything else. 1 or 2 championships don't have any special meaning to us now. Zhuomen said after thinking for a while. Yes, I just feel sorry that if Chengdu wins the 5-time championship this year, even if we can get it next, it will only be the second one. The first and the second are still different. Li Qing said with some regret. Zhu Domain nodded in agreement. For Tin He now, 1 or 2 championships are nothing. What they really want to pursue is the peak of that 5-time champion. However, if they get the second one, then the significance of this honor will be greatly discounted. Top players, of course, want to pursue unprecedented glory, especially when they have all other owners. This has never changed in the history of the football era. Whether it is the former legends of Chinese players or former legendary players from other countries, they have all launched an attack on this great goal, but they all failed, which makes this goal more desirable. The weak may think I can never get the honor that has never been won, while the strong will think, the honor that no one has ever won is the most worthy to win. There is no doubt that Li Qing's is a strong man. This thin-looking young man is unable to walk and has a disability, but his heart is stronger than most people. The strong often do not rely on the body, but on the mind. It is precisely because of this idea that Li Qing always wants to get the first 5-time champion honor. Although he thinks Zheng Qi has the best chance this year, as long as Zheng Qi has not won the 5-time champion, he will continue to work hard and look forward to such an opportunity. No matter what, we have to beat this guy. After entering the semi-finals and then the finals, we still have a chance to snipe Zheng Qi in the finals. Their good form cannot be maintained for too long. If we meet them again, we are not without a chance. By the time, our new tactics for the overall lineup will almost be formed. After the Super Cup, Li Qing's speech made many people think that he had given up all kinds of competitions this year. However, in fact, although Li Qing said that, he did not give up any opportunity. He said that, first, to stimulate the strong teams in other leagues, and second, to paralyze Zheng Qi. Even if Lu Xiaoshan would hardly take him lightly, he would do so. The weak in the league is also part of Li Qing's layout. Recently, I have to collect more information about Fifan, especially the information about their recent games in the China Cup. The more detailed the better. Li Qing finally said to Zhu Domain. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 415 Yuan Fei's expectations. Li Qing did not underestimate Fifan. Perhaps other top clubs were not familiar enough with Fifan, and thought that they were just a club with potential, and did not think that they could create outstanding results now. After all, although Fifan had outstanding performances on other fronts, and various hardware and software were being enhanced every day, in the competitive world, results were still the hard truth. How outstanding could a team that could only hover around the 9th place in the first-class league be? However, Li Qing would not underestimate this team. Although he did not know Fifan very well, he knew Zheng Qi. A team like Zheng Qi, or a player like Lu Xiaoshan, would not always play friendly matches with Fifan unless they noticed something. Their time was very precious. Although more than a year had passed, Fifan's lineup should have changed a lot, but their core had not changed, so the factors that made Zheng Qi pay attention at the time would not change. This alone was enough for Li Qing to feel that he paid attention. To a certain extent, if Li Qing paid attention to this game, Fifan would not have any chance, but Zheng Qi was not aware of this. Fifan's subsequent performance was normal. They continued their strange performance of home wins and away losses in the league, and their ranking was always around 9th place. This gave them some advantages, because other teams would always have some draws and would lose some points, but they would not have such a problem. However, their performance disappointed some people. These people thought that Fifan would be the team most likely to make news in the A-level league in the second half of the season, but they were still the same as in the first half of the season. In this way, there would be no news in the A-level league, and even the fluctuations in the ranking would not be too drastic. Chongsao was high above, Hong Yuan and Xuanbolu was competing for the 2nd place, striving to have a certain advantage in the playoffs, and Youquan Liho's position was relatively stable. Their 5th and 6th positions would basically not change. Instead, starting from the 7th place, there were 6 teams competing for the 7, 8 and 9 playoff positions. Picking one out of 2 is also a considerable competition. There is competition in the ranking, but the overall situation is relatively stable. Such a first-class league can't bring any surprises. If there is anything to pay attention to, it will be the playoffs, but the playoffs are still a long time away, and the attention of the first-class league is more focused on Fifan. Because they are the only first-class team to reach the quarterfinals this season, which has rarely happened in the past 5 years, and the opponent is Tin He, which makes people full of enough interest. For Tin He fans, after 4 years of getting used to victory and championships, they are a little uncomfortable with the decline in performance this year. It is unlikely that they want to hit the championship in the league. They are ranked 4th and have been left behind by Zheng for a long distance, and they only have theoretical hope of winning the championship. Under such circumstances, they began to focus more on the China Cup. The league requires long-term outstanding performance, but the cup competition only requires good performance one game at a time. The opponent in the quarterfinals is a first-class team, which makes them more optimistic about this game. Fifan is a very good opponent. This game must be of great training significance to us. We have won at least one championship every year in the past. I don't want to stop this year, even though we are in the pain of blood transfusion this year. Zheng is very good, but they have not won the 5 championships yet. We will try our best to do our best. Li Qing said in an interview before the game. He did not mention Fifan too many times in his words. Instead, he seemed to have intentions towards Zheng. Such performance seemed to look down on Fifan. Don't take the attitude shown by this guy seriously. Zheng Qi said to Zhu Shan privately. This is a very cunning guy. We have to think that he actually attaches great importance to us. Really? But it is normal for Li Qing to ignore our threats. Zhu Shan hesitated. What if it is not? Coach, your tactics are often very low in tolerance. Zheng Qi's words made Zhu Shan determined. Just treat this game as the most difficult state, that is, Tin He will go all out and play with great familiarity with the team. Coaches who are good at tactical details are often very cautious, and Zhu Shan is no exception. His caution made Fifan not so passive in the next game. The quarterfinals of the China Cup officially kicked off. There was no distinction between home and away games, but it was obvious that Tin He's fans had an absolute advantage in the stands. As one of the 2 most popular teams now, the number of people watching Tin He's games is always high, and this time, there were also 20 million Tin He fans who came to the scene, crowded in the air like a sky covering the sun. Fifan's fans seemed much fewer, and only 1/10 of Tin He's fans really supported them. However, the number of people who came to the scene for this game was very surprising. In addition to the fans of both sides, there were nearly 10 million neutral fans who came to the scene. They were basically attracted by Fifan's wonderful performance during this period. Although this was not a league, Fifan's wonderful record of winning all home games in the A-level league also make people have more expectations for this game. The cup draw usually produces a very complicated map, so we want to see if Fifan's unbeaten streak on such a map will come to an end. Although with Fifan can enter the Super League, this doubt can be resolved, but it will take a long time after all. Maybe they can't enter the Super League this year. The neutral audiences randomly interviewed by the media before the game basically had this attitude. A match that was originally thought to be the least suspenseful and the most unequal in strength in the China Cup quarterfinals has received great attention. From the identities of the 2 sides, you can see how different their performances are. Tin He is undoubtedly a strong team. They have won countless valuable championships in the past 4 years. Although their performance this year has declined, they are still one of the best teams in the Super League. And what about Fifan? In the past 40 rounds of the A-League, they ranked 10th, but they were very close to the 6th-placed Lihao. They hit 60 points, while Lihao hit 63 points. The 7th, 8th and 9th places all hit 62 points. From this ranking, we can see that Fifan is also a strong team in the A-League, but compared to Tin He, they are just an ant in front of the elephant's foot. However, unlike their status, their level is quite good. In the 40 A-League games, they won all 20 home games. Correspondingly, they lost all 20 away games. This performance has been going on since the beginning of this season. They only used the 7 most complex maps at home, and in a few games they won in the cup, they also won on those 7 maps. Will they draw such a map in this game? If they do, will they continue their record of winning all complex maps? Commentator Yuan Fei said with great interest. Originally, he would not be asked to comment on a game of this level, but this game was hyped by the media before it started. Fifan's wonderful performance in this year's A-League attracted a lot of attention. The quarterfinals of the China Cup were also a popular game. After Yuan Fei became interested, he naturally took the initiative to comment on this game. Through our intelligence collection, Fifan's overall level is quite outstanding now. Their 22 players are all at a professional level and have an overwhelming advantage in attribute points over any team. This is due to their excellent way of snatching monsters in the new area, and they have another good harvest this year. Although Fifan is not a decisive force for the entire league, after they appeared in everyone's sight, they prompted various clubs to invest in new areas and study tactics. I believe that in a few years, the Fifen phenomenon will become an object of research for many people. Yuan Fei gave Fifen high praise in his comments, which made Tin He's fans a little unhappy because Yuan Fei didn't mention Tin He much, and for Yuan Fei, such performance is natural. Tin He is excellent, everyone knows this, and he doesn't need to talk nonsense. Moreover, the reasons why Tin He's performance has declined this year have basically been analyzed by other media. Tin He's situation is not complicated, so there is no need to keep mentioning it. He has not yet reached the point where he has to rely on rehashing old things to get more words. For Yuan Fei, he came to comment on this game just to get a closer look at the Fifen team. The more he studied this team, the more interested Yuan Fei was in Fifen. They still had many flaws, but they had already shown amazing potential. There were several excellent players in this team, and with a good overall team, such a team had the possibility of success. Although they were only a Class A team, don't forget that this club was established less than 2 years ago, and they had done quite well in terms of performance. In Yuan Fei's opinion, although the current Super League was very exciting, it was a bit rigid. The scene of the two heroes of Chengfeng and Tin He fighting for hegemony had lasted for several years. It was actually difficult for other teams, whether it was Nangguo Shenhua or Xinfeng, to impact these two teams. It was meaningless to watch too many two-person shows. If a team rose up and turned the pattern of the Super League into the romance of the Three Kingdoms, that would be interesting. Yuan Fei was very much looking forward to Fifen being such a third team. Chapter 416. Comprehensive confrontation. For commentators like Yuan Fei, he doesn't care too much about which teams in the Super League are outstanding and which teams are declining. What he cares about is that the entire league has become more exciting and intense. In recent years, the Chinese Super League has reached a peak. The teams that go out can always win. The level of the league itself is also very high, but the internal competition is declining. When the two heroes of Chengfeng and Tin He competed for supremacy, everyone was very happy to watch it at the beginning. They talked about the confrontation and competition between Li Qing's and Lu Xiaoshan. The contest between the two heroes is an eternal theme song. However, the pursuit of each other by both sides has pulled the other teams a little far away. Nangguo used to be the overlord of the league, but now it can only take the third place steadily. Shenhua and Xinfeng are both traditional strong teams. They always lose the game when they meet Chengfeng and Tin He now, and they lose without any temper. Except for each other, Chengfeng and Tin He seem a little too strong for any other team. This kind of strength is certainly very refreshing when facing the outside world, but internally, it makes other teams in the Super League lose their ambitions. Other players also lose their fighting spirit and willpower when they always lose. Although the god-level players will not give up easily, ordinary players are prone to frustration. These players were originally the cradle of the next god-level player. Their confidence has been destroyed. What is the future of the league? It is normal for a long period of decline to occur after a sudden glorious heyday. After a league suddenly prospers, with the departure of the group of outstanding players, it may fall into a period of darkness. Yuan Fei knows that his worries may not come true, but he is not worrying about nothing, so he hopes that another force can rise, at least, let other players begin to feel that Chengfeng and Tin He are not invincible. He has no grudge against Chengfeng and Tin He, and he also hopes that one of the two teams can create the miracle of the 5-time champion, but if it continues like this, it may not be a good choice for the entire Super League. Fifen's captain is Zheng Qi, whose idea is Ren Pingsheng. This player is 21 years old this year, not young, and he has no previous professional experience. However, he has already gained a lot of fame in the mid zone. His level is quite outstanding, and he can always find the opponent's mistakes in the confrontation. Sometimes he seems to have no sense of existence on the field, but when he appears, he often appears in the most appropriate place. Yes, this style should be very familiar to everyone. Shenhua's Killer King, Ye Jianshang Xifang Juan, Nangguo's captain Yanshaz Sunfei, and Xu's #1 player Qingxing Jiandixing are all players of this style. However, compared with these three famous god-level players, Zheng Qi's style is not so obvious, but in various environments, he can show at very good level. Personally, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of performance he can have after appearing in the Super League. Today's game is a preview. Tin He undoubtedly represents the highest level in the league. Through this game, we can roughly judge what kind of level Fifen can have. Yuan Fei's high evaluation made everyone else feel a little strange. Why do you think so highly of this team? Of course, Yuan Fei was on the live broadcast, so no one could ask him. The players of both teams were ready to play. In the football era, there was no such thing as sending substitutes to practice. The standard number of players in the first team was 22, and it could be less but not more. There was no limit on substitutions in each game. In this case, it was indeed impossible for people to bring too many first-team members. Otherwise, if they only had 22 people and you brought 100 first-team members to take turns to attack, it would be too bullying. In the starting lineup reported by Team Head, their recently promoted rookie Han Yi-min, Captain Li Qing's, main players He Li Kaiang, Yan Ziyun, Gan Yutian and others all appeared, but it's useless to just look at the starting lineup. Many clubs often make substitutions to confuse the opponent's thinking after the start of the game, and Team Head is no exception. As for Fifan, they also sent out a mixed lineup, with Zheng Qi leading the team and other main players basically on the court. Judging from their past performance, the players of this team all have excellent character attribute points, which is unique in the entire league. They can create so many good accounts, which proves that they have enough potential. Let us wait and see what kind of performance they can have against the powerful Team Head. Oh, is Yuan Fei related to the top management of our club? Why does he support us so much? Fifan fan muttered curiously. Impossible, Yuan Fei is famous for not recognizing his relatives. When the team he retired did not perform well, he would always criticize it. How could he deliberately support us? He is optimistic about us, which means our team is really awesome. No way. To be honest, although I have been a fan of Fifan for 2 years, I didn't think we could be that outstanding. Yes, we are only the 10th in the first division, although it is already very outstanding for a new team. After the fans of Fifan started chatting, most of the Team Head fans began to be a little serious. Yuan Fei is so optimistic about Fifan. Is this team really outstanding? Although they are only ranked 10th in the first division, the top 9 can participate in the playoffs. In the past, there were also outstanding teams that did not achieve the expected good results due to some problems and failed to win the First Division Championship. They deliberately played badly and ranked at the bottom, and then defeated all opponents in the playoffs with a blockbuster. There are many such examples. Old-time Team Head fans will not underestimate such a team, because several years ago, Team Head also wasted some time in the A-League. It was by relying on such an operation that it returned to the Super League and laid the foundation for becoming a top team now. The current head coach Zhou Ming was a member of the team at the time, and the one who led the Team Head team was their legendary coach Ren Shifen. With such a precedent in front, it is natural for Team Head fans to face this opponent with a more cautious attitude. The temperament of a captain can affect the temperament of a team, and the temperament of a team can affect the temperament of their fans. If it were Chang Fen, their fans would definitely not be so cautious, because Lu Xiaoshan is a very flamboyant and domineering person, although he is not like this in real life, so wonder the influence. The entire Chang Fen team and their fans are quite confident. The fans of Team Head are closer to Li Qing's personality, cautious and introverted. Of course, they still have a huge fanaticism deep in their hearts. The game is about to begin. And the map slowly unfolds in front of them. Battle of Liaoshui. The Battle of Sima defeating Gongsun Yuan is one of the famous battles of the founder of the Western Jin dynasty. Running thousands of miles, destroying a country and settling a region, Sima showed his excellent military ability and combat art. He made full use of the 8 words of taking advantage of the situation and adapting to local conditions, and defeated the majority with a small number of troops, and settled the Liaodong crisis that had troubled the Wei Kingdom for decades. Of course, the specific situation of this battle is different from the map. The Liaodong War in history lasted for nearly a year. Of course, not all elements can be used. In fact, this map is also one of the most complex maps in professional competitions. The key lies in the venue. There are flat lands on both sides of the venue, and various tents are arranged to block the view. On the flat land, some soldiers from both sides will occasionally refresh, but this impact is not very large, at least compared with other difficult maps. The impact is small. The real difficulty is that there is a river in the center of the venue. The river is relatively narrow and can be easily crossed, but the river water will rise randomly. If you are in the center of the river at the time, you may fall into a catastrophe if you are not careful. In the 1 or 2 minutes after the river water recedes, the land on both sides will make people fall into it, which means that it will be randomly slowed down and lose blood. In the game, these factors will have a great impact. Seeing such a map, Fifan's fans cheered. They just hope that such a map will appear, because among the 7 most complex maps, Fifan has won all the games so far. The Liaodong battle map has appeared once or twice in the past league, and Fifan also won. Team Head's fans looked at them with some disdain. What is there to be happy about? We have played this kind of map countless times, and the winning rate is also quite high. For Team Head's players, this kind of map just made them frown. As Super League players, they will encounter this kind of complex map in almost every round of the league. You know, for Super League teams, weak teams also need one or two unique skills to survive better. When they are at a disadvantage in strength, it is natural to specialize in one or two complex maps to get enough points. This also requires strong teams to be more familiar with all maps. So although the map of the Liaodong battle gave them a headache, it didn't bother them too much. Li Qing's had a calm expression. As the most outstanding tactical master in the entire league, although he couldn't remember all the details of all the maps, that was beyond the limit of human brain capacity, he still understood the general details. The uncertainty of the cup competition lies here. The home team of the league has the right to choose the map, so they can make the most detailed preparations and arrangements for a certain map, so that the visiting team will suffer a great loss invisibly. The random map of the cup competition is a test of the familiarity and understanding of all the maps by both sides. At this point, even if Fifan is surprisingly good at taking advantage of the map, Li Qing's doesn't think his team will be inferior to the opponent. Observe this opponent carefully. Li Qing's thought to himself, maybe in 1 or 2 years, his opponent will not only be Chainfen, but also this new team. Chapter 417. Trap. Move forward steadily, don't rush. The key to this map is not to reveal any flaws when the two armies are facing each other. The tents can hide our actions, and how to mobilize the opponent to seize the position will be the key. The ball possession is very important, don't lose it easily. After the game started, Li Qing said in the team channel while moving forward. The team head players responded one after another, and then began to move forward. This map was just as Li Qing said. There was no problem at the beginning. The key was the confrontation and dispatch before and after the river. The length of the river was sufficient, and the width was also that kind that could be easily crossed. In this case, there were only about 10 people on both sides, and it was impossible to defend all the routes. In this case, how to mobilize the opponent's heavy troops to launch a surprise attack was a very critical thing. Moreover, the tents on this map could not be jumped on, and everyone's vision would be greatly affected. If you couldn't find the opponent's movements, then you might be foolishly guarding the middle road, and the opponent might have already broken through your gate. In this regard, the judgment of the main general was particularly high. However, the team head players believed in Li Qing's judgment. On such a map, there are often many goals scored, because there may not be many encounters, and most of them rely on sneak attacks, so controlling the ball is equally important. You don't know when you'll be ambushed, so the key is to score as many goals as possible. The team head players formed a very strict formation and began to move forward in an orderly manner, able to echo each other and observe as many places as possible. The top teams have always moved very fast. Even if they move in a strict formation, the speed is not much different from that of individuals. Soon, they came to the river and prepared to launch a tentative attack. They may not be able to move as fast as us. Let's go over and explore first. Li Qing gasped Li Qing's. No, there are a few fast guys in their team. In addition to their captains Zheng Qi, there are also Li Guirui and Wang Yuanfen. Even if their overall movement speed is not fast, these few people can still be the vanguard. So we should not ignore this point. If we want to go, we should all go, otherwise we should not go. Li Qing shook his head. Well, it's better for us to control the ball and be safe. Li Qing nodded thoughtfully. The next moment, he immediately saw a guy coming out from behind that tent across the river. It's Zheng Qi. Li Qing said. Li Qing nodded slightly. Zheng Qi appeared at this time. Is he just one person? Or does he want to use himself to attract our attention so as to launch an attack from other positions? For a moment, he couldn't think of what Zheng Qi wanted to do. This was also related to his unfamiliarity with Zheng Qi. If it was an opponent in the Super League, Li Qing basically knew what kind of personality and temper the opponent had. He could infer what actions the opponent might take based on his personality, and he would not be wrong in general. Li Qing's thinking ability was second to none. Let's concentrate our forces first. It's best for us to control the ball and not disperse. Li Qing said in the team channel. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Zheng Qi standing on the river bank jump up a few times. After attracting their attention, he shouted loudly, I am Zheng Qi, is Li Qing here? Come out and fight. Whoever loses will admit defeat directly, there. The whole audience was in an uproar. In the football era, you can type or talk, but usually the team chats are typed, which is more concealed. Of course, you can chat in a low voice when there is no one around, but whether it is chatting or typing, it will be clearly heard and seen by the audience around. so Zheng Qi's shouting immediately spread throughout the entire stadium and everyone's ears. "Do you have any shame?" Countless Teen Head fans cursed, while FIFA fans laughed, thinking that the captain was really too funny. Even if Li Qing's is one of the two prides now, you, an attacker, are you ashamed to challenge a support player? No matter how outstanding the support player is, his combat effectiveness is not reflected in face-to-face combat, there is no doubt about this. Although everyone knows that players of Li Qing's level have long surpassed the limitations of type, the lead game that was related to the championship the year before last, Li Qing's used several combat type cards to entangle Lu Xiaoshan for a few minutes, so that his team scored a key goal, which is enough to prove that even in a head-on confrontation, Li Qing's is capable of dealing with any player. However, it was Li Qing's who dug a trap. In such an ordinary game, would Li Qing's carry a combat hero card? No qualified support player would do such a thing. Although Teen Head has two supports and does not worry about the skill cooldown period, in intensive battles, as a support core, an extra support hero card can allow teammates to last for a long time. Zheng Qi's words also made the Teen Head players angry. They all respected Li Qing's. In their opinion, Zheng Qi wanted to challenge Li Qing's, which was an insult. "Calm down, it's just trash talk," Li Qing's said lightly. At this time, Zheng Qi was still shouting beside the river bank. It was obvious that Zheng Qi had now completely mastered the boundaries of trash talk. His shouting did not contain any insulting meaning, but it kept teasing the nerves of Teen Head. "Attract our attention," Li Qing's thought to himself. "Maybe they have sent people to flank from both wings? It takes a longer route, so they deliberately delay time like this." Li Kaiang gasped. "It's possible, but in this case, the trap is too simple. The head coach Zhu Shan is good at picking up tactical details. Such a simple trap doesn't seem like something he would use. Could it be a trick within a trick?" Li Qing's nodded slightly, then waved his hand. "Attack with all your forces, break through head-on." "Yes." Although Li Kaiang was a little confused about why Li Qing's chose to attack with all his forces since the opponent might have a trick within a trick, he would definitely do it if Li Qing's gave the order. A teleportation skill was used, and Han Yimin, Yu Gang, and Tian Zixing, three good attackers, were immediately teleported to the opponent's riverbank, to take the lead and seizing the stronghold on the opponent's position. The others surrounded Li Qing's and Li Kaiang, moving forward quickly, protecting Li Qing's and Li Kaiang as they quickly passed through the inconvenient river channel. Originally, the Teen Head players thought there would be a fierce battle, but when Han Yiming and others appeared at the river channel, Zheng Qi, who was still shouting loudly just now, turned around and ran, quickly left the river channel, and then fled into the tent, disappearing behind that tent in a few seconds. "What's going on?" Han Yiming was stunned. He was originally very interested in playing against Zheng Qi. As a talented newcomer, Han Yiming knew that what he lacked now was experience. If he didn't improve in this aspect, it would be difficult to grow quickly. This season, Han Yiming encountered many top players. Every time he played against such players, he could accumulate some experience. There are all kinds of good players in the league, and each good player can bring him new insights. He knew that Zheng Qi was also a very good player, and he was also very eager to play against such an opponent. However, Zheng Qi ran away before they even played against each other. This made him want to catch up with him immediately. "Don't chase a desperate enemy." Li Qing's shout came over, and Han Yiming stopped immediately. Now the large army has crossed the river. On this map, the river is a battleground for military strategists, but the opponent gave up so easily. No matter how he thought about it, there was a problem. The opponent must have a conspiracy. "Keep moving forward, keep moving as a whole, we control the ball, so we are not afraid of any conspiracy," Li Qing said calmly. The Teen Head players nodded. Li Qing's word hit the nail on the head. On such a map, the side with the ball in control is more flexible and has more advantages. As long as they don't have any problems, there won't be any problems. Han Yiming took the lead, and the Teen Head players began to move forward in unison. There was no problem with their cooperation. Most of them had worked together for several years. Even Han Yiming and other newcomers had completely established a tacit understanding with the others in the past 6 months. No one, and no one. After passing 3 tents in a row, no extraordinary players were seen, which made Li Qing's frown slightly. "Stop." Li Qing suddenly raised his hand. The entire Teen Head formation immediately stopped in an orderly manner, showing their excellent tactical execution ability. After going around the tent in front, there will be a relatively wide area, enough for all 10 of us to enter, but there will be up to 6 passages around. There is only one such place in the entire half. Li Qing said in the team channel. Does this mean that we are very easy to be ambushed? Li Kai asked. That's right. If we want to ambush, this is the best place. Li Qing said. At this time, in the stands, Tinhe's fans cheered and clapped their hands. From the perspective of God, in front of Tinhe's team, Fifen's players formed an encirclement. However, Tinhe's formation was only one step away from the encirclement, but they just didn't step into it. Still want to ambush us? Maybe in the next life. Li Qing's thinking is not something you can easily deceive. Many Tinhe fans shouted at the Fifen fans in the stands from a distance. Although they were so far away, everyone knew what they were shouting. This made Fifen's fans very depressed, but they couldn't say much. If Tinhe didn't find Fifen's trap, then now it would be their turn to laugh at the other side crazily. The game is like this. The side with the advantage can naturally laugh at the other side unscrupulously. Even if the side being laughed at is angry, they can't do anything. Chapter 418 Big Data. Fifen's trap is actually not crude. The location of this ambush is well thought out, and it is the most suitable place for an ambush on this map, which is enough to prove that Fifen is indeed quite familiar with this map. This is the best battlefield at the beginning. Yuan Fei commented. It's just that they forgot one thing, that is, because this location is too good and too important, it is even more impossible for Li Qing to ignore this location. And Fifen's previous retreat was too obvious, it would be strange if Li Qing didn't notice it. Just as Yuan Fei sighed, the Tinhe players stayed still for more than 10 seconds, then accelerated at the same time and rushed into the ambush area. Beautiful. Tinhe's sudden advance this time has captured the essence of the sudden attack. Fifen's ambush did not wait for Tinhe's arrival. At this time, the two wings were retreating, and Tinhe seized this opportunity to rush over. Will they attack head-on? Sure enough, they launched a head-on attack. The encirclement can certainly attack from all sides and cause maximum damage, but it is very weak in any aspect. Under the command of Li Qing's, Han Yiming launched a head-on attack like a tiger coming down the mountain. The other two players tightly protected his flanks and broke through the opponent's encirclement head-on, so that they could quickly disrupt the opponent's formation. Tinhe was controlling the ball, so there was even a great possibility that they could directly defeat the opponent's defense line and then break through the opponent's gate. Fifen wanted to use the encirclement to deal with them, and they took advantage of the characteristics of the encirclement to defeat their formation in turn. This was enough to hit the opponent's self-confidence. A Fifen player who intercepted head-on was quickly repelled by Han Yiming. The two Fifen players who came to support from the side were stopped by the two teammates beside him. Keep on charging until we tear open the opponent's defensa. Han Yiming thought to himself, and then charged forward even more fiercely. This was inconsistent with the tactics that Tinhe had been accustomed to in the past few years. Han Yiming knew this, and Li Qing knew it too. However, Li Qing also knew that the previous style of play that used various tactics had been pushed to the extreme by them. If they continued like this, they would easily lose without tempo when facing stronger opponents if they did not increase their strong attack capabilities. Of course, it would take a long time to train this style of play and Tinhe's previous style of play. Before it could be mastered, the temporary decline in Tinhe's strength was almost predictable. Such sacrifices were also necessary. At least Han Yiming felt that he had always been playing a bit out of tune, but now he was gradually able to unite better with other teammates. Just as he was charging forward, Li Qing found something wrong. What was wrong was that there were not enough extraordinary players to intercept them head-on. Although theoretically only 2 or 3 people could intercept the frontal team at the first time, Tinhe deliberately delayed the attack by more than 10 seconds. At this time, the opposing players on both sides should have begun to retreat to protect the last line of defense in front of the goal. Why are there still only 3 people? He quickly called the names of 2 teammates and asked them to explore the 2 wings. Don't go too deep, just explore. The 2 teammates quickly started to move and explored the 2 wings. Li Qing was slightly relieved. Now Tinhe's main force has begun to move forward. Han Yiming is advancing fiercely. If he doesn't go up to support quickly, the team may be out of touch. Just as Li Qing and Li Kai moved forward under the protection of 3 teammates and entered the open space, the sound of players moving suddenly came from the direction they were moving just now. Li Qing reacted immediately. The opponent actually went around directly behind them, and did it very resolutely. Otherwise, such a short time would not be enough for them to go around behind them. In other words, the opponent had guessed that he would know that they had set up a circle outside this open space, but took advantage of this and did not return to defend the front of the goal, but did the opposite, and directly attacked from the back. The previous method of setting an ambush was too natural, and the current counter-encirclement method was too bold. These two completely different methods made Li Qing's unconsciously fall into a certain mindset. Of course, this was also related to Li Qing's unfamiliarity with Zhu Shan. He could only infer according to common sense. Zhu Shan's first response was very reasonable, and time was relatively tight. Han Yiming rushed a little too hard, and the formation was out of touch when he stopped going up to support, leaving Li Qing's with little time. Defend on the spot, Li Qing's said decisively. Judging from the sound, there were quite a few extraordinary players coming from behind. Although Tin He still had 5 players, they had 2 auxiliary players in their team. 2 assisting 3 was obviously a waste. The key was to defend on the spot and wait for Han Yiming and others to return to defense. At this moment, the Tin He fans in the stands were no longer cheering. Many discerning spectators could see that Tin He was now in a very unfavorable situation. Before the siege, Tiffin had made substitutions. Now none of the auxiliary players were on the field, and even the players who were good at defense were not on the field. On the field, all the players who were good at attacking was Zheng Qi, Wang Yuanfen, Li Gerui, Zheng Qi, Lin Fei, and Zheng Qi. It was certainly not enough to have only such players on the field to fight a protracted war, but they could play their best in such a strong offensive war. This was also the most attractive part of the football era game. Strength and weakness were not certain. In some extreme cases, an ant could bite a dragon to death. Li Qing's was far superior to any of Fiffin's players in terms of ability and fame, or even their combined fame. However, in such a situation, the role he could play was not as good as any of Tin He's substitute players who were good at direct confrontation. Han Yiming and others were retreating quickly, and the Tin He players who were going to explore the 2 wings were also retreating quickly. However, the 3 extraordinary players who were originally retreating turned back and killed them tightly. Fu Lei jumped directly in front of them, and then started to defend. He was already familiar with this. In the past, he almost always went to entangle the opponent's main players in every game. Facing these top players with different styles, he also improved rapidly. He himself has a good foundation, but what he lacks is the experience of facing top players. Every player of Tin He is a good player, but in this situation, facing Fu Lei's stubborn defense, they don't have a good way for a while. When a professional player with more than 800 attribute points is only used to defend and block the opponent's advance, even if Lu Xiaoshan comes, I'm afraid it will take some effort. What's more, Qing Chuan and Zhu Yi also caught up from behind. It's not too difficult for 3 people to entangle 5 people. In this way, Li Qing's and others are really a bit overwhelmed. In such a match, Li Qing's naturally wouldn't bring a few offensive heroes to reduce his auxiliary ability, so Fiffin launched a fierce attack after he came up, not hesitating to lose more blood, but also forced the opponent's defense. Zheng Qi rushed out of Tin He's not-so-tight defense line like a fish, and regardless of being hit twice behind him, he also flew and rushed directly to Li Qing's, and then used the Eagle Eyes and Wolf Guard's big move. Facing such a fast attack, Li Qing's reaction seemed a little insufficient. He was not a player who relied on reaction to make a living, but he still showed his value at this time. Although he couldn't block or avoid all of Zheng Qi's attacks, he accurately made himself unable to avoid the attacks, and used his non-vital parts to bear them. But this can only delay it. If it is 5 on 5, maybe the extraordinary players cannot come to support quickly, but 7 on 5, there are only 3 opponents who can fight in close combat. Facing this situation, the extraordinary players are already very familiar with it. They entangle the 3 capable players. Wang Yuanfen and Li Gerui accelerate and rush close to Li Qing's, and then start to attack. No matter how strong Li Qing's is, he is just a supporting player. Once the supporting player is approached by the combat player and loses protection, it will be a piece of cake. Li Qing's is no exception. It's just that he is a harder bone to chew. When the physical value was about to reach the bottom, Li Qing sighed slightly, raised his hand, and a skill fell on the football that he had been protecting tightly. The next moment, Li Qing and the football disappeared at the same time. When the 2 sides fought, the first person to be sent out was not someone else, but Tin He's captain, top player Li Qing. There is no doubt that this has dealt a huge blow to Tin He fans. Li Qing's rarely days on the court, let alone being the first to die. Even if it was Changfen, it would be impossible to kill Li Qing so quickly. If it really was Changfen, it would be better. Li Qing, who appeared on the bench, said to Zhuman with a wry smile. The enemy is in the dark and I'm in the light. This loss is not unfair. Zhuman patted Li Qing on the shoulder. Zhou, who was watching from the sidelines, could naturally see that Fifan had brought out his relatively mysterious characteristics to the fullest, and had studied Li Qing's quite deeply. Li Qing's was not so easy to study. As a leading tactician, his style changes greatly, often beyond the opponent's expectations. Otherwise, how could he succeed as the strongest tactician in the league? How long had the opponent studied him? Li Qing's had such doubts. This was something that Zheng Qi couldn't do. In a box in the stands, 10 men who should have been very upright but were laughing extremely lasciviously at this moment were laughing loudly. Big data is really useful. We can calculate Li Qing's movements and reactions from his performance in hundreds of games so far. Even Li Qing's can't compare with our computing ability. Zheng Qi laughed so hard that he seemed to be suffocating in the next moment. We need to do more calculations like this in the future. We can't analyze the details of the operation of the entire football era. Is it difficult to analyze one or two players or one or two teams? Brothers, we must do a good job on this topic. Zheng Qi said, waving his fist. Chapter 419 Upper Limit for that in-head players. This start was something they really didn't expect. There were many reasons for this, the most important of which was that Fifan could actually trick Li Qing's. Not only them, but even the other professional teams watching the game had never thought of this. Is it a coincidence? Zheng Qi couldn't help but ask. The quarterfinals of the China Cup were played separately, not at the same time, in order to take care of the live broadcast. After all, the teams that could reach the quarterfinals were often very popular teams. It would be a waste if the competition between such teams was put together. Watching the replay was not as interesting as watching the live broadcast. Zheng Qi's game was held on the second day. They were not in the same half as Team Head, but as a concern for this old rival, they still watched the game. What surprised them even more was that this old rival actually suffered such a big loss at the beginning of the game. Not only was Li Qing's the first to be killed, but when looking for the football next, Fifan was also that first to find that football, and then took the opportunity to launch an attack, in such a field where the vision was blocked. After Fifan controlled the ball, Qin's players had quickly returned to defensive from all directions, but Fifan was still the first to attack their goal, and then took the lead in the score and their defensive forces were not fully in place. It should be accidental. Wen Xiang said hesitantly. She observed that Fifan had set a very targeted trap for Li Qing's, and then he was the first to explode Li Qing's in a very targeted way. Although the teen-head players did not panic, because they were all experienced players, they had never encountered a situation where the captain was killed at the first time. Invisibly, they had many omissions when exploring. Fifan took advantage of this opportunity to find that ball first, and then secretly launched an attack, intercepting on the spot and participating in the attack, and finally scored this precious goal. If it was an accident, then there are too many accidents. Accidentally, Li Qing's was killed by concentrated fire, the ball was found first by accident, and the goal was scored before the opponent completely returned to defense by accident. Once is an accident, twice is an accident, is it still an accident 3 times? Lu Xiaoshan said coldly. It is also possible to roll the dice and get a big result 20 times. The probability of getting a big result 20 times in a row is very low, but for each time, the probability of getting a big result is 50%. From the perspective of probability, this is not impossible. Wen Xiang shook his head. Compared to this, I find it even more difficult to imagine that Fifan can completely calculate Li Qing's response and reaction, as well as all the possibilities behind. From the perspective of probability, it is not impossible. Lu Xiaoshan began to fight back with his own method. Then unless they have stronger data collection and statistical capabilities than all the teams in the Super League, is this possible? Wen Xiang retorted. Nothing is impossible, right? Lu Xiaoshan replied. The other Zheng players stared at the fairy couple and started to argue fiercely, but after watching for a while, they turned their heads away. They were already familiar with this scene. When these two were together, they were very harmonious, very amicable, and very tacit. You said the first half of the sentence and I could finish the second half. Lu Xiaoshan was a little impetuous, and only a gentlewoman like Wen Xiang could tolerate him. No matter how you look at it, they are a fairy couple. However, when discussing the game, these two quarreled almost every time, and sometimes they would fight. Anyway, in the game, fighting is just fighting. Of course, Lu Xiaoshan would not use his skills to bully others, so he was often beaten by the furious Wen Xiang. During their quarrel, Shen Ruofei watched the game carefully. You guys are so outstanding, aren't you? It's a pity that if I didn't just want to join Zheng Qi, I would have stayed. Zheng Qi, I'm looking forward to playing with you more and more. If Fifan hasn't been able to become stronger, I'll be really embarrassed to bully you in Changfen. Next year, will you become stronger? Shinranofei thought to himself, a team that can lead Teen Head, but only ranked 10th in the first-class league. You guys shouldn't play with fire too much. Shinranofei has always been very concerned about Fifan's situation, and naturally knows that Fifan was short of manpower in the first half of the season. In fact, this problem has been faced since they were just established. It has not been until now that they have completely gotten rid of the dilemma of insufficient manpower. After getting rid of this biggest problem, will Fifan soar to the sky next? If they can beat Teen Head in this game, then they will really soar to the sky. But even when Teen Head was at its weakest in recent years, were they so easy to beat? Not really. Soon, Teen Head launched a counterattack. Although being the first to be sent off the field was a very embarrassing thing for a player like Li Qing's heart was not disturbed at all. A tactical master must remain absolutely calm at all times. Everyone understands this principle, but only Li Qing's can really do it. Everyone will have emotional fluctuations, but Li Qing's seems to have completely abandoned those fluctuations. He can always make the most calm judgment. They are very familiar with us, and from an individual level, they are not worse than us. This really surprised me, but no matter what, they are our opponents. No matter how good they are, we must find a way to defeat them. Li Qing said calmly to all his teammates while moving forward. We thought too much before, let's go straight to the point. What is the most common way to play on this map? Divide the troops and attack, at least 3 ways at a time. Li Kang answered quickly, then hesitated. But if we do this, it will be easy for the opponent to defend, and their personal abilities are not inferior to ours. Don't worry, just do it. Li Qing smiled slightly and did not explain much. Although they didn't quite understand, the Teen Head players faithfully executed his tactics. The troops were divided into 3 groups, hiding the location of the football. After moving back and forth, Teen Head's surprise troops emerged. Li Qing crossed the river with the football and then quickly disappeared into the tent. Fifan was forced to retreat to the front of the goal to defend, but Teen Head's attack was always harassing. After a while, their defense line began to be overwhelmed. Fifan's players had an advantage in attributes, but Teen Head's players' operation level and experience were much richer than theirs. If it was a one-on-one confrontation, they would not suffer. However, in this kind of battlefield with a relatively large defense range, the defending side would have suffered some losses. After resisting for a few minutes, Fifan's defense line was pulled by Teen Head and a big flaw appeared. Han Yiming's frontal attack tore through Fifan's defense line. The other Teen Head players quickly followed up, occupied the advantageous terrain, and safely broke through Fifan's gate. 1-1 draw. 10 minutes after losing the ball, Teen Head equalized the score. Moreover, from the process of tying the score, Teen Head did not show too many emotional fluctuations, but was attacking calmly, and the score was tied naturally. This kind of attacking method that made it seem like nothing made Teen Head stand out as a whole. Teen Head has indeed changed a bit now. Han Yiming's frontal attack ability is something they did not have before. It's just that the integration is not enough. The transformation of the tactical focus also takes a long time to integrate. Now they are indeed weaker than before. It's not that Li Qing is playing tricks. Wen Xiang said softly. It seems that the integration effect is not very good now. Lu Xiaoshan smiled slightly. That's not Li Qing's problem, but Han Yiming's problem. What he should do is ignore everything else and go forward bravely to do his own thing. Li Qing will cooperate with him, but this young man obviously has his own ideas. He wants to cooperate with Li Qing better, or to be more dominant. In this way, the progress will naturally be much slower. Wen Xiang commented. The others in Chengdu nodded. They felt that Wen Xiang's comments were on point. However, Lu Xiaoshan shook his head and said, if I were Han Yiming, I would do the same. The others were stunned. This is not selfishness, but a manifestation of consideration for the whole. Shinranofei quickly added. That's right. Lu Xiaoshan looked at Shinranofei with appreciation. For Han Yiming, he only does his own thing and leaves the difficulty of cooperation to Li Qing's. Of course, it is the easiest thing, but in fact, it seems a bit irresponsible to do so. Teen Head wants to build a tactical system that will make the entire team leap forward. Relying only on Li Qing's. That would be too dependent on Li Qing's. What's more, Li Qing's is not young anymore. Whether it is Han Yiming or Li Kang, they will always have to take over. If they keep relying on Li Qing's, then what right do they have to take over? And if we rely on Li Qing's alone, I'm afraid the upper limit of the new tactics will be limited. Shinryo continued. Seeing the two singing the same tune, the others looked at each other and laughed. You two perverts, your thinking is exactly the same. Zheng Qi said. No, have you forgotten that our performance fluctuated so much after Xiaoshan joined last year? Lu Xiaoshan looked at the others in surprise. The people of Chengfen were speechless. They actually forgot about such an obvious example. It's really wrong, it's just that it was easier for us at the time because we had experience using this kind of player, that is me. Lu Xiaoshan pointed to his nose. And Tinhe has more problems to solve in this regard, because they relied too much on Li Qing's before, but the height that Li Qing's can drive has an upper limit, and now Tinhe needs to increase this upper limit. Chapter 420. Human Heart. Tinhe needs to increase the upper limit now. This is a very bold, courageous and necessary thing to do. Mengfan said to Lu Li beside him in the audience. It takes courage to cut off one's arm, but when the overall level has not dropped, it also takes courage to have a long-term vision, take risks for the future, and temporarily reduce the strength to train the team. A coach who is in danger of losing his job dare not do this. Li Qing certainly has a very high status in Tinhe, but it is not unshakable. Under such circumstances, he dares to take the initiative to seek change, which is also a very remarkable thing. It's okay. With Li Qing's reputation, even if the results drop, no one in Tinhe can touch him. Lu Li thought for a while and said. You think big clubs are simple? Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Even in the first team, not everyone may obey Li Qing's. People's thinking is always complicated, and they don't necessarily just put the future of the whole team in their best position. Isn't Jiangfei like this? Mengfan smiled sarcastically. No way, isn't it good for individuals if the overall results are good? Lu Li was a little surprised. It's not that Tinhe and Chengfen don't have players who are capable of being god-level players or the top players of a team, but they're obviously less brilliant than Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's in Chengfen and Tinhe. They can endure it for the championship, but what's next? This is not selfishness, but everyone's choices are different. If Chengfen can win 5 championships this year, many of their players will definitely leave. Except for Wen Xiang, anyone may leave. Mengfan said, Tinhe is no exception. If they don't perform well this year, someone will leave. Otherwise, why is Li Qing so anxious to update? Not only because this year is an opportunity for update, but also because Tinhe's first team has been stable for 3 full years, and it is time to add fresh blood. Lu Li blinked in confusion. Although she was also smart and capable, she was not very familiar with this aspect. The addition of fresh blood can make the whole team full of vitality and reduce the unstable factors in the team. Of course, this is the best effect. Some mistakes are inevitable in the process. These mistakes are normal, but they are what the team must do. This can keep most of the players in the team eager for honor and maintain overall unity. Now Tinhe is at such a juncture. They are relatively fragile. We have a much greater chance of defeating them. Mengfan finally said. Well, I understand now. If we can defeat Tinhe, our reputation will increase a lot, and the club's future income will also be more guaranteed. Lu Li said happily. Are you really so confident? These reputations are useless in the first-class league. You have to win to the Super League to realize them all. Mengfan laughed. This is not my task. I'm just responsible for the finances. Lu Li shrugged her shoulders. Although the loss is not much now, if the loss continues, Zheng Qi will probably go bankrupt in 2 years. Mengfan laughed. Now the game is a draw, but Mengfan is not worried at all. In the eyes of others, Tinhe is an extremely strong opponent for Fifan. Even if they want to defeat them, they have to take some luck. However, in Mengfan's opinion, Tinhe's probability of losing this game is even greater. The overall tactics are not yet perfect, and it is easy to be out of touch. Individual abilities may not have advantages. With Tinhe's level, other teams may find it difficult to grasp these defects, but for Fifan, it is not a problem. Fifan is actually in a very strange state now. When they perform well, they can beat any team, and if they perform poorly, they can lose to any team. This any team does not only refer to opponents in the A-level league, but all the professional teams including the entire league. Of course, the outside world may not agree with this, but Mengfan firmly believes it. And there is only one difference between good and bad performances, that is, whether they attach importance to it or not. This emphasis is not something that Fifan can attach to it as he wishes. For example, in this match against Tinhe, Fifan attaches unprecedented importance to it. Familiarity with the map is only an advantage. The key lies in Fenging's tactical team. From the day they knew that the opponent was Teen He, they had already started to calculate all the details of Teen He through big data to conduct targeted training for the whole team. No team can prepare for the game in this way, but Fifen can. This is their biggest advantage. It seems that they have studied us very deeply. When the first half of the game ended, Teen He's Li Kaiang wiped his sweat and couldn't help but say something. Teen He's atmosphere at the moment was not very good, because after the first half of the game, the score was 2-3, it was not Fifen who was behind, but Teen He. After tying the score, Fifen also launched an attack. They kept dividing their forces and advancing, hiding the location of the football very well. This is a very orthodox way of playing. On such a map, the ball-controlling party only needs to do this to continuously score goals. This time, Fifen played very well. They successfully passed Teen He's defense line, and then took the lead again with the help of a surprise attack. This time, falling behind did not cause any psychological fluctuations in Teen He. Perhaps other teams would feel ashamed because they were led by the Class A team twice in a row, but everyone in Teen He knew that this time they fell behind not because of any problems with their performance, but because of the characteristics of this map. It was normal to lose the ball. They quickly launched a counter-attack and tied the score again. However, before the end of the first half, Fifen still scored another goal steadily and entered the halftime break with the lead. This made them feel a little bad. After all, in this situation, Teen He, who lost the first chance to control the ball, was at a great disadvantage. In the second half, the opponent kicked off first. It's really familiar, and they almost never make mistakes and they're often sir. This is a rare situation. If it is a super team, it is possible to do this. The Class A team can maintain such a stable performance. It's hard to believe that they're only ranked 10th in the Class A league. Li Qing's also frowned, because he found that if this continued, Fifen would have no chance of winning at all. This was a helpless thing. In the final analysis, if both teams perform perfectly on this map, then it will definitely be a draw in the end, or the victory or defeat is just a matter of seconds. Whoever can suppress the timeline more accurately will win. Many teams in the Super League regard this game as the key to grab points, and many strong teams have suffered a lot on this map, which is determined by the characteristics of this map. But now, because they don't know the opponent, Teen He suffered a loss at the beginning and lost the ball possession. If the opponent can also play perfectly, then even if Teen He is outstanding, it can't change the opponent's advantage in the number of ball possessions. Continue the game, at least we must be able to control all the ball possessions. The opponent's mistakes are the most critical point for us to make up for the overall disadvantage. At the time, it will be a matter of who can suppress the timeline more. In this regard, we will not be worse than any other team. Li Qing said calmly. If the opponent doesn't make mistakes, Li Kaiang asked hesitantly. Then even if we lose, it's not because we don't perform well. Any team may lose in such an environment. Li Qing replied calmly. Li Kaiang looked at Li Qing with some hesitation. Of course, he knew this truth. However, if they lost the game under such circumstances, no matter how normal it was, many people would be dissatisfied. Some people in the team would take the opportunity to make trouble, some people in the club's top management would take the opportunity to make trouble, and even fans who didn't know the truth might complain. After all, since the beginning of this season, Teen He's performance has indeed been much worse than before. No one would care that even if the performance declined, Teen He remained in the top 4 and maintained the style of a strong team. No one would care that Teen He was undergoing a renewal. They would only see that their performance had declined a lot compared to last year. It was barely acceptable to stay in the top 4 in the league. If they were eliminated by the first-class team in that cup competition, then, don't worry, it's no big deal. We have to work hard to do our best, but if there is nothing we can do after trying our best, then there is no need to be too painful, because we are worthy of ourselves, and that is enough. Li Qing seemed to see what Li Kaiang wanted to say. When the halftime break was about to end, he patted Li Kaiang on the shoulder and said with a smile. The problem is that this will be very unfair. Li Kaiang said dissatisfiedly. There is no such thing as fair or unfair. There is nothing particularly fair in this world. No matter how good you were at calculating the general trend in the game, it is not satisfactory. Li Qing smiled slightly. In this case, we just need to do our duty. Sometimes I wonder why Zheng Qi is so lucky, and how can their internal structure be so perfect? Li Kaiang said unconvinced at the end. Li Qing smiled but did not speak, but his eyes seemed to have seen through many things. Is there no problem inside Zheng Qi? That is not necessarily the case. Shin Rufei got promoted so quickly, everyone will be convinced. You must be kidding. Li Qing's thought to himself as he walked towards the venue. But this Fifen seems to be very united internally. I heard that several of their core members are shareholders of the club. This kind of composition has never appeared in the league. How far can they go? It really makes people feel a little bit excited. Chapter 421. Only one game left. When the China Cup quarterfinals ended, the results surprised everyone. Even the discerning professional players and the discerning audience knew that after Fifen snatched the ball from Tin He at the beginning of the game, they had already taken a great advantage. Even when there were still 20 minutes left in the second half, Tin He was still 2 goals behind. Many people thought that Tin He could not lose, but Tin He still lost. The loss was not much, just 1 goal. In the eyes of insiders, this was the best result of Tin He's efforts. They never gave up and kept waiting for Fifen to make mistakes, but Fifen did not make any mistakes. They grasped the key to every ball possession and attack and won the game steadily. If you look back at this game, people with vision can see that after intercepting Tin He's attack at the beginning, Fifen had already grasped the key to victory, but they persisted until the end. From the perspective of the game, Tin He made a mistake at the beginning because they were not familiar with the opponent, and their performance afterwards was no problem. Even if they lost this game, it was not a very surprising thing. But it was different in terms of public opinion. One of the best teams in the past 4 years lost to a team ranked 10th in the first division. This strong contrast immediately put Tin He under tremendous pressure. Fifen performed very well. They performed perfectly from beginning to end. We did not underestimate the enemy. We just paid the price because we were unfamiliar with them. This price is heavy, but Tin He still has to move forward. Li Qing's answer at the post-match press conference was considered irresponsible, and this year, an argument that no one dared to publicly raise was officially raised. After leading Tin He forward for so many years, has Li Qing's now become a key factor hindering Tin He's progress? After this argument was raised, it immediately caused a backlash from a large number of Tin He fans. They angrily believed that this argument was irresponsible at all. Under such a backlash, the argument quickly subsided, but smart people could guess that this was just the beginning. Of course, this has nothing to do with Fifen now. After the game, Fifen celebrated wildly. They were walking on thin ice throughout the game. Even if the situation was good, they were very cautious. They would not think they would win until the last moment of the game. Tin He's reputation over the years could not be easily eliminated. When the game ended, they quickly fell into ecstasy. We won. We really won. We defeated Tin He and entered the semi-finals of the China Cup. They didn't know if it was a record to win to the semi-finals in the first China Cup game, but it didn't stop them from celebrating wildly. How is it? We are very strong now. We can beat any opponent as long as we can do our best. Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted at other teammates. Yes, that's it. Fifen and other players shouted at the same time. This victory will undoubtedly bring more confidence to Fifen. Although they were very confident before, they knew that the current results were just floating clouds. The real key was the playoffs. However, they always ranked in the middle, which made them doubt whether they were really that strong. Now, it can be confirmed that the team that can beat Tin He, even if there is a coincidence, can it not be considered strong? Can the strong teams in the current level league have such outstanding performances in the cup? No. Even Chongzhou, the best result is only the quarterfinals of the China Cup. Although there are fewer games in the China Cup, the boundary between strong teams and ordinary teams is more obvious. In a face-to-face confrontation, the possibility of an upset is actually very small. Under such circumstances, being able to reach the semi-finals of the China Cup is enough to prove Fifen's strength. Are these guys conserving their strength in the A-level league? This is too abnormal, Xi Yongfei couldn't help thinking in his heart after watching this game. As a god-level player who paid close attention to Fifen, he could certainly see what the key to the victory or defeat of this game was. The sneak attack at the beginning of the game gave Fifen a slight advantage, and then they never let this advantage disappear. This was exactly the same as what they had done in the league this season. After gaining the advantage, they were able to use this method to keep this advantage until the end. This showed that Fifen was an extremely experienced team, but in the away league games, they performed extremely average, and could even be said to be very amateur. This approach was of course unreasonable. The only possibility was that they wanted to preserve their strength in the league and use it to go all out in the playoffs. But if they did so, wouldn't it be impossible to keep it secret by exposing their abilities in the cup game? Thinking about it, Xi Yongfei couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only attribute it to Fifen's failure to withstand the temptation of the cup game. After all, although there were few China Cup games, the owners were quite good, and every step forward would get more attention and exposure. In the China Cup game, no team would give up. Being able to take one more step forward meant that the club's influence would expand again. It is normal that Fifen cannot withstand such temptation. If Zheng Qi were in his place, he would not be able to withstand such temptation. However, even if he understood this, it would be useless. Fifen is too strong now. If Hong Yuan meets Fifen in the playoffs, Zheng Qi has no confidence in winning. Fortunately, we will play Fifen at home in the last round. Let's see the ranking situation at the time, Zheng Qi thought to himself. The victory of this game means a lot to Fifen. First of all, it is a generous income. Qin has brought Fifen a generous share of the ticket revenue. After entering the later games of the China Cup, the income from broadcasting fees is also quite a lot. This will prevent Fifen from having a deficit this month, and even make up for the previous losses. Lu Li, who is in charge of finance, has been smiling these days. Secondly, the reputation was also improved. It should have been even bigger. After all, this was the biggest upset in the China Cup in recent years. However, because Qin's defeat was shocking in itself, most of the public opinion was discussing a more critical issue. Can Li Qing still led Qin to move forward well? As a result, Fifen's reputation was not able to be better developed, and they tragically became the background board of Qin and Li Qing's. It's okay. When we have good performances next time, the current neglect will ferment better. If we don't have a surprising performance next time, even if we become popular now, it's meaningless. The public is always forgetful. Zheng Qi was very open-minded about this, which made others amazed. What? We are still in the first-class league. No matter how much we create, it won't last long. Don't you understand this? I despise you. Zheng Qi said arrogantly, and then he was beaten up by others. I think I am the captain with the least dignity in the whole league. Zheng Qi said later. Is this also unique? Zheng Shu asked. Yes, it is also a champion. Zheng Qi said happily. I'm convinced by this kind of operation. Zheng Qi said to Bai Senator, and Bai Senator shrugged his shoulders. Sometimes, a key victory can bring extremely positive effects to a team. Fifen is like this now. After winning Qin, their confidence increased a lot, even if they lost the next away league game, but their confidence did not change at all. In the 43rd round of the league, Fifen played against Chongsao at home. This is Fifen's 22nd home game this season. They had won all of their previous 21 home games, and almost all of their opponents in the league had been defeated in their home games. Whether they can create a record of winning all home games in a season, Chongsao is considered to be the last opponent that may prevent them from creating this wonderful record. Although Fifen still has a home game next, it is even more difficult for a relegation team ranked at the bottom to break Fifen's home winning record. If Chongsao can pass this level, Fifen will be able to create such a record that has never been seen before, and it can be said that there will never be a record that will never be seen again. Even in the level league, it is almost impossible for a team to do this. This game is just an ordinary game for us. Fifen is very good. We know what level a team that can beat Qin has, but for us, the victory or defeat is no longer important. Training newcomers will be the most important thing for us in this game. However, the words of Wei Yu, the captain of Chongsao, before the game made everyone feel half cold. Although you have already won the A-level championship in advance, you still have to fight hard in this situation. What does it mean to say this in advance? However, it is obvious that Chongsao did not intend to play casually in this game. Although their young players had more time on the court in this game, everyone can see that they did show their highest level and performed very well in the game, worthy of their status as the champion of the A-level league. But, Chongsao, who performed so well, still lost the game. Fifen's performance at home completely suppressed Chongsao. Wei Yu was separated from Fulei and his teammates. This tactic was no longer a secret, but it could not be cracked. 3-1, Fifen won the 22nd home game, and there was only one game left to win all home games in a single season. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 422. Extraordinary measures. We have tried our best in this game. Although we lost the game, we have no regrets, because we did not perform abnormally in this game. Losing is losing, Fifen deserves this victory. Weiyu acted calmly in the press conference after the game, which is the performance of a mature team. Of course, Chongsao has already won the first-class league championship in advance, and they can certainly appear calmer. The situation of the entire first-class league did not become so obvious because Chongsao lost this game. In the following 44th round, Fifen lost this away game very smoothly, making the situation of the top 10 more complicated. After 44 rounds, Chongsao got 98 points, which was high above and no one could compare. Hong Yuan ranked second with 86 points, Yin Shuang ranked third with 85 points, and Weiluo began to be left far behind. They ranked fourth with only 82 points. The points gap between the other teams is a bit large. Liho is 5th with 72 points, Yohuang is 6th with 71 points, and Aoxao Haitian, which is 7th, 8th and 9th, has 69, 68 and 67 points respectively. Fifen and Zheng Qi both have 66 points and are tied for 10th place. Chinailu and Jinghong, who were very close to them before, have fallen behind. They only have more than 50 points and have no chance to win to the top 9. With 2 rounds left in the league, Chongsao advances to the finals, and the other teams are eliminated in advance. 10 teams compete for 8 places. It doesn't seem cruel, but considering that only 2 teams can enter the Super League next year with these 8 places, it can be said to be very cruel. The randomness of a single game will of course be great, especially in the playoffs. The randomness of the Super League is actually relatively small, and they don't have any flaws to exploit each other, so the game can basically only be played in a rigid manner, and even if the level teams are excellent, they have great flaws in tactical conversion and overall performance, so even if they are better overall, they may die if they are not careful. In the league, you can tell who is strong and who is weak, but in a one-on-one match, it is difficult to tell who is strong and who is weak. At the same time, the ranking is not stable now, and the team that can get the 8 places in the end is not sure. The ranking is related to whether they can meet a stronger team. The suspense of the whole game has not diminished. In such a tense atmosphere, the 45th round of the first-class league kicked off as scheduled. Fifen defeated a team ranked lower and won all the home games. In the last round, they will face Hong Yuan, which is also their last game in the league this season. Before the last round, the situation is more complicated. Hong Yuan has 89 points, Yin Shuang has 88 points, Weiluo with 83 points and Liho with 75 points have locked at 4th and 5th positions. Yohuang has 72 points. Because of the disadvantage of mutual victory, they have no possibility of surpassing Liho. Aoxao has 70 points, Fifen has 69 points and climbed to 8th place, but their position is not stable. Hezhou has 68 points, Haitian has 67 points, Zheng Qi has 66 points. Now even Aoxao has the possibility of being eliminated. Hong Yuan was a little depressed. What should they do next? If they lose to Fifen, then Fifen will most likely not be in the same half as them. If they defeat Fifen, Fifen may be eliminated, but it is also possible that they will just drop to the 9th place and run into them. This is what Xiongfei has always wanted to avoid. However, even if they lose to Fifen, can they really avoid Fifen? Weiluo's current position is the most fixed. They will rank 4th regardless of the outcome, and Yin Shuang may still grab the 2nd place, as long as they defeat a weak team. In that case, if Hong Yuan loses to Fifen, they will slip to the 3rd place, and if Fifen defeats Hong Yuan, they will most likely continue to rank 8th, because Aoxao and Liho in front of them are facing a weak team. At this critical moment, their probability of winning is also very high. If they lose to Fifen, Hong Yuan, who is ranked 3rd, will run them to Fifen, who is ranked 8th. Of course, if other teams don't live up to expectations, Fifen may also rise to 7th in one go. But what if they defeat Fifen? Hong Yuan will definitely be ranked 2nd, but Fifen's ranking is hard to say. He may continue to be 8th, or he may slip to 9th, or he may slip out of the top 9. Xiongfei was very depressed and annoyed. Why is the situation like this? It's not a win, and it's not a loss. A tie may also lead to a more complicated situation. What should we do now? After a careful discussion on this issue, Hong Yuan reached a consensus. If we can win, we still have to try to defeat the opponent. At least if we defeat Fifen, Fifen is likely to drop out of the top 9 directly, so we don't have to worry about these guys causing trouble for us. At the time, the 2nd place can also avoid the 3rd and 4th places, which is of course the best thing. It is most important to always keep the rhythm in our own hands. Well, we are still in danger of being eliminated. After all, the scores of the 9th, 10th and 11th teams may exceed ours. Meng Fan was explaining the current situation at this moment. Whether it is Zheng Qi or Zheng Qi, they have the opportunity to exceed our score. If we lose this game and Zheng Qi wins, we will be eliminated from the top 9. Even if only one of the two wins, Zheng Qi may surpass us if they win a big victory. Their current goal difference is not less than ours, and the win-loss relationship between them is the same. We can't take such a risk. Yes, we can't pin our hopes on two of these three opponents not getting 3 points. Zheng Qi nodded. The ranking is not important. What's important is that we can enter the playoffs. Otherwise, this year's hard work will be in vain. I'm not worried about anything. Anyway, my money is enough to support 1 year, but are you willing to play in the A-level league for another year? Of course not. The extraordinary players answered at the same time. They are very confident and proud. They have a clear understanding of their own strength. From the beginning, they don't think that the A-level league is where they should stay. Zheng Qi and the other 5 chose to join FIFN because they felt that FIFN could lay a good foundation for the Super League. Whether they could upgrade with FIFN or return to the Super League through their own performance, Zheng Qi and others did not have such great ambitions, but after 6 months of training in the A-League, they also began to be eager for the Super League. Can we really beat Zheng Yuan in the away game? Jin and other older players were more cautious. We lost all the away games before, not because we couldn't beat them, but to train the players. Now we have no flaws as a whole. Zhu Shan laughed. After the second half of the season, Zhu Shan's confidence in the team began to become stronger. In the second half of the season, the away games continued to lose all, not because we couldn't beat them, but because they consciously used the games to train the newcomers. They were constantly beaten up in the games. Even if they died miserably every time, they could adapt themselves to the new role little by little in difficult situations. As long as they can play their roles normally, even if they are not as good as the God-level players in operation, such players are at least pseudo-God-level players. The team is full of such players, so even if they face real God-level players, they can still fight hard. In the A-level league, there are only 2 real God-level players, so what is there for FIFN to be afraid of? Moreover, FIFN himself has several outstanding guys, especially Zheng Qi. Although there is no good evaluation standard, in Zhu Shan's view, as long as he has a stable performance in the Super League, it is only a matter of time for Zheng Qi to become a new God-level player. For a general Super League team, 1 God-level player and a group of powerful players are enough to gain a foothold in the Super League, but FIFN's current potential is far more than that. From the situation, Zheng Yuan also has to strive for the 2nd place. At the same time, if they beat us, they may kick us out of the top 9, everyone knows this, so in this game, they will go all out at home. It's just right that we can also observe and see our true strength. Without the bonus of the home map, how much advantage can we have against a team like Zheng Yuan? Zhu Shan's words seemed very arrogant, because he only focused on the advantages and didn't talk about anything else, but for FIFN, they thought it was natural. After all, we're really good. Before, we just wanted to train the team, so we kept losing away games. Do you really think we can't win away games? Is the atmosphere in the team a little too proud now? We are not as good as we appear on paper. After the team disbanded, Su Jing found Meng Fan and asked with some concern. At least we are really good on paper, aren't we? Meng Fan laughed. If we are too proud, we won't be sure of winning. Su Jing insisted. Don't worry, we won't lose. Even if it's a draw, we can basically enter the top 9. We may encounter some difficult situations in the game, but as long as we are serious and calm, we can beat our opponents. Zheng Yuan is not a particularly strong opponent. We need such training to move forward. Meng Fan replied with a smile. This is also a part of training, right? Su Jing seemed to understand something, and she asked Meng Fan. Meng Fan laughed. You're so smart, you can think of this. Hearing Meng Fan say this, Su Jing shook her head helplessly. You guys, if you keep playing like this, be careful not to play with fire. We have always played with fire like this, otherwise, it would not be enough for us to improve so quickly. What we have to do is something that has never been done before. Of course, we have to use some extraordinary means. Chapter 423. The biggest weakness in this year's A-level league, apart from Chongsao who has already secured the title, the competition for the rankings among other teams is quite fierce. The points they have obtained seem to be much higher than in previous years. In previous years, the lowest score of 65 points was enough to get 9th place, but this year, Zheng Qi, who is now ranked 11th, has 66 points. There is still one last round of games to play. Among these 10 teams, who will be the 2 lucky winners? This is something that many people are looking forward to. After today's round of games, we will see what kind of teams the 8 teams that enter the playoffs are. The opponents of the other teams in this round are all teams with lower rankings, and the only game in which teams have a chance to enter the playoffs is the match between Hong Yuan and Fifen at home. Hong Yuan is now ranked second, but their second position is not stable. Yinshuang is only 1 point behind them. Similarly, Fifen's position is not stable. Although they are ranked 8th, the points from 9th to 11th may catch up with them after one game. For both sides, this game must be won to ensure their stable position. If it is a draw, both sides will be in danger. The current situation is actually very clear. There are 5 teams that have successfully landed, and the remaining 5 teams are competing for 3 places. The top-ranked teams can basically control their own destiny. However, Fifen needs to defeat Hong Yuan. In order to rank second, Hong Yuan must also work hard to defeat Fifen. Under such circumstances, the match between Hong Yuan and Fifen has of course become the focus of the last round. We will definitely appear in the playoffs, and we will also appear in the Super League next year. Our team is very confident about this, Zheng Qi said in an interview. The reporters did not react to such words. This is an era of showing personality. Although Zheng Qi's words seem a little overconfident, in the game, some people have said that it is nothing even if they're overconfident. But your previous away results were all losses, a reporter asked. At the time, our performance was not very good, because we still have a lot of room for improvement. But now, we have improved a lot. No team in that first division league can be our opponent, and Hong Yuan is no exception. We have played so many away games and have not won a single game. We will definitely not lose this game again. Zheng Qi replied, "What do you mean you haven't won a single game? You didn't even draw a single game, okay?" The reporters were complaining in their hearts, but they would not show it in person. At this time, Zheng Qi added, "In fact, if we were not likely to fall outside the top 9, it would not matter if we lost this game." The record of 23 wins and 23 losses seems so balanced. If it becomes 24 wins and 22 losses, it will not seem balanced enough. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. The reporters were collectively speechless. Do you want to win and lose as you like? But looking at your performance this year, it's not a rare thing. It's really abnormal to be able to do this. We tried our best in every game. The victory or defeat is not something we can control. The record of home wins and away losses is not something to boast about. Our captain was just joking. In short, in the last game, we will try our best to win, so that we can live up to the fans who have been supporting us. I hope everyone can continue to support us in the next game. Su Jin hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Zheng Qi's words were actually fine, but if someone with ulterior motives fermented it and thought that Fifen deliberately played such a result to manipulate gambling, it would be easy to encounter criticism. Especially last year, Zheng Qi bet that his team won the final division championship and earned 1 billion in one breath. Zheng Qi and Fifen didn't have a very good reputation. Now if there is another problem in this regard, it would be even more inappropriate. Did Fifen really say that? Then we at Hong Yuan are very happy to see what Fifen looks like when he really shows his strength. Xi Yongfei said with a smile during the interview. Although he was a little nervous at the moment, he would never back down in such a situation. See? I think he is afraid at the moment. We will definitely win this game, Zheng Qi said to all of Fifen's teammates. Yes, he must be afraid. If we beat them away from home, we will be able to leave an irreparable flaw in their hearts. When we meet them in the playoffs, we will be able to defeat them easily. Li Rui nodded repeatedly. Have you read too many martial arts novels? Have you read such ancient things? Even if we beat them, they will fight hard in the playoffs. How can you be afraid before the battle in such a life and death game? Wang Yuanfen said contemptuously. In terms of tactics and details, we don't have much advantage now. They are at home and they must have prepared a lot of feasts for us on the map. The next game will depend on our on-the-spot command and reaction. In short, we have to beat them and secure our position in the top 9, so that we can enter the playoffs. Do you understand? Zhu Shank often said to all the extraordinary players. Coach, don't worry, we will definitely enter the playoffs. And next, we will win all the games until we enter the Super League. Zheng Qi nodded vigorously and said. That's right, and after this game, we will play in the semi-finals of the China Cup, and we must win then. Niaoliwa shouted, waving her fist. The extraordinary players were all stunned, and then stared at Niaoliwa blankly. What are you doing? I'm not exposed. Niaoliwa examined herself and said dissatisfiedly. Nothing, Sister Nia. Oh no, Klapakung, Why are you still thinking about the Chinese team's game at this time? Our attention is all on the last round of the game. Zheng Qi shouted, then retreated in the murderous size of Niaoliwa, and changed his words. Grasp both hands must be strong. It's easy to beat those guys. The key lies in the upcoming China Cup game. The schedule does not conflict. Isn't it better to win to the Super League and win the China Cup? Niaoliwa said. Very thoughtful. Zheng Qi praised Niaoliwa. But before that, let's get rid of Hong Yuan first. Let them know that we are not a team that can be accommodated in the first-class league. As Zheng Qi shouted, the fists of others waved more enthusiastically. The atmosphere is too intense. Su Jing looked at Meng Fan helplessly, and Meng Fan made a reassuring gesture calmly. For the extraordinary players, Niaoliwa's voice reminded them that in addition to the qualification for the playoffs, they still had to play in the China Cup. This would not distract them, but would make them feel that as the top four of the China Cup, they must qualify for the Super League. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a shame for their status? This idea was a bit arrogant, but it would not make them lose their fighting spirit. So, the next day, Xi Yonfei and his teammates saw a team with high morale. No matter what, we have to strive to defeat them. Anyway, we won't lose anything if we can't win, right? We will still be one of the top 3 teams and have the advantage in the playoffs. In this game, if we beat them, we might have one less unexpected opponent in the playoffs. Even if we can't beat them, we can get more familiar with them. Before, on their home court, on that complex map, they successfully cut us apart. Now, we are taking a mat that they can't cut us apart easily, so that they can know how powerful our overall offensive is. Xi Yonfei said before the game started. He was very confident when he said it. After the detailed discussion before, everyone in Hong Yuan had understood that if they wanted to keep their second place, they had to beat Fifan. Whether Fifan would slip to 9th place by then, no one knew. It depended on the results of other games. Moreover, only by defeating Fifan could Fifan slip out of the top 9 and solve a huge problem. Before, Fifan lost all away games, probably to train the players. Now, in this situation, Fifan has to show his true level. In this way, Hong Yuan can clearly understand the ability of the opponent in this game, and even if they meet in the playoffs, they can be better prepared. So no matter what, in this game, Hong Yuan must force Fifan to show all his strength, instead of hoping that after losing to Fifan, Fifan's ranking will change and he will not be in the same half zone with him. After all, in a game like this, even if you lose, as long as you can gain something, it is considered a success. The pressure is obviously on Fifan, not on Hong Yuan. Now Fifan seems to be not worried at all, but that's just because they don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Once they encounter a difficult situation in the game, they will gradually think about the consequences of losing this game. At the time, the morale or fighting spirit of their entire team is very likely to be on the verge of collapse. Xi Yonfei was very confident about this. He was a core player and had a good understanding of that player's psychology. In his observation, although Fifan had great potential, he lacked experience and his mentality was not stable enough. These were their problems. As long as they worked hard in this area, even if Fifan's players were excellent, they would not be able to make any progress if their mentality collapsed. Many talented young players always suffered such losses at the beginning. Only after accumulating time and gaining experience could they gradually become calm. If they could not make it through, then this player might not have any future. This was Fifan's biggest weakness now. Chapter 424 Helpless. This is actually what Su Jing is worried about. Because Fifan has been too high profile recently, such a high profile can certainly make their morale high, but once they encounter setbacks, can they, who were mainly young players, really continue to remain calm? But she can't say such worries, saying it out will further affect the team's mood. In addition, Butler Meng told her not to worry, so Su Jing can only keep her worries in her heart and devote herself to the game. This is also Su Jing's advantage. Whenever she wants to concentrate, she can concentrate. Hong Yuan's gang should use a mat that allows them to move as a whole, so that their overall coordination level can be brought into play, but we don't have anything to worry about. Whether it is the whole or the individual, we have advantages. Don't forget that we even beat Tin Head. Zheng Qi waved his arms when he came on stage, and then said. When these words fell into Su Jing's ears, she couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, we even beat Tin Head. Although Tin Head was in a weak period, although we used big data to understand Tin Head very well, and we had advantages in various aspects, and we did not make any mistakes at the same time, this was also very difficult to do. That game was a rigorous training for all the Fifan players, so they won Tin Head. But that was a win over Tin He after all. What kind of team is Tin He? The most outstanding team in recent years. Even if the performance declined this year, it is still the top 4 team in the league. It is not inferior to Nanguo Shenhua, which is a little worse than Changfen, the most glorious team this year. If it can beat Tin He, what is Hong Yuan? Thinking of this, Su Jing seemed to understand something. With such a mentality, especially with the support of the fact that Tin He was defeated, even if the situation was critical, even if the situation was not good, would the mentality of the Fifen players really collapse? I'm afraid not necessarily. What's more, among Fifen's core players, Su Jing was not worried about Zheng Qi. He had never performed abnormally. Because of Zheng Qi's style, he sometimes seemed to disappear on the court, but he had never performed completely abnormally. As for himself, Su Jing felt that he was still calm and would not easily lose his composure. Zheng Qi's thoughts were also very meticulous, and he believed in his own judgment rather than others. Li Gerui was a little heartless, and it was possible that he would be impulsive, but Su Jing did not believe that he would lose confidence. These core players were stable, so even if there was something wrong with the others, the whole would not be in chaos. Qing Chuan and his team might lose their composure because of their mentality. Zheng Qian and his team were relatively better, because they did not have too many ambitions, unlike Qing Chuan and his team who valued their performance in the Super League. If you think about it this way, even if there are some problems in this game, it will not affect too much. Thinking of this, Su Jing calmed down and walked into the competition venue with Zheng Qi and others. The map of this game soon appeared in front of everyone. It was not any of the 7 most complicated maps. Hong Yuan wanted to explore Fifen's true strength, and of course he would not cause trouble for himself on the 7 maps that Fifen was good at. They chose a game map of medium difficulty. There were tents arranged in an orderly manner on the field to block the view. However, the passages were relatively wide and suitable for most of the advance. In the final analysis, this was a map without many tactics. Once one side collectively launched an attack, the defending side could only concentrate its forces to defend. In the absence of map interference, in a normal face-to-face overall contest, Xi Yonfei wanted to see how good Fifen was in this aspect. If the map bonus was excluded, Fifen did not have an absolute advantage over them. Then, when they met Fifen next, Hong Yuan would still have a fight. After all, they were one of the best teams in the first-class league. That is, Chongsao could suppress them, although Chongsao also lost to Fifen without any temper in the away game. Thinking of this, Xi Yonfei felt a little bad. The fans of both sides shouted loudly in the stands. Although this game had little impact on Hong Yuan, after all, they were either second or third, and fourth could not slip down. However, for Fifen, it was related to whether they could enter the playoffs, so Fifen's fans were still very enthusiastic. After this season's performance, the number of Fifen's fans has been generally stable. Fans who have risen from the new district have become an important part of them. Fifen has more than 2 million fans coming to watch every game, whether it is home or away, and then they have more spectators at home and fewer away, which shows that there are still a lot of fans who are interested in Fifen, but not loyal. They are willing to watch the games that Fifen wants to win, but they are unwilling to watch the games that Fifen loses. According to convention, Fifen should lose this away game, but considering that if they lose this game, they may fall out of the top 10, Fifen will still try to win this game. In addition, the wonderful performance in the China Cup has given fans more confidence in Fifen. The number of Fifen fans who came to watch this game exceeded 3 million, showing sufficient potential. Hong Yuan's fans are naturally not to be outdone. Although Hong Yuan has become a joke in recent years, their number of fans is growing steadily. Generally, there are about 3 million fans watching a game. Although the victory or defeat of this game does not seem to matter much, Hong Yuan's fans also want to see their team perform well in the last home game of the league this year. When the fans of both teams started cheering, the players of both teams had already entered the field, and soon, the first kickoff was confirmed to be the home team Hong Yuan. Go, give them a good show. Xi Yonfei waved his arms, then controlled the ball and moved forward. The other players of Hong Yuan immediately surrounded him and began to attack head-on. On such a map, although it is not impossible to play tricks, it would require the division of troops. Xi Yonfei is now very wary of the division of troops. Fifen's personal ability advantage is too great. Even against Tin He's players, they will not be at a disadvantage, let alone against Hong Yuan's players. In the final analysis, Xi Yonfei does not trust his teammates very much. He also has reason to think that these teammates are of average level and can only play around him. Fifen honestly divided his troops to explore. Hong Yuan did not have any intention of covering up, and soon Fifen noticed Hong Yuan's movements. What do they want to do? Zheng Qi asked in a strange way. Maybe they want to confront us head-on, prepare to break their formation head-on, do you understand? Zhu Shan said in the team channel. Fifen's players nodded, and then quickly joined together with Zheng Qi and others, heading towards Hong Yuan's formation. Well, this is a bit lively, head-on confrontation. Let's see whether Fifen is better or Hong Yuan is better. Overall, Fifen seems to have more good players, but in terms of cooperation and tacit understanding, Hong Yuan still has some advantages. It's really hard to judge the outcome of this confrontation. The commentator said something nonsense, but no one cared about it. Looking down from the god's perspective, you can see that the two sides are getting closer and closer, and they will soon start a collision. Zheng Qi, go up and give them a good look. Zheng Qi immediately said in the team when he saw the opponent's formation. Zheng Qi rushed up. Since Zheng Qi and others returned to the team, Zheng Qi has never played the role of frontal attack again. After all, that is not what he is best at. Let him die in the frontal attack at the first time, which is not helpful to the overall situation. Zheng Qi is a player who is good at frontal attack, and he also likes to do this. After seeing Zheng Qi rushing over, the others naturally would not let Zheng Qi go alone. Li Rui began to launch a surprise attack from the side to distract the opponent's attention. At the same time, Zheng Qi was ready to respond at any time. Su Jin, Niaoliwa and Zheng Qi, who were under the protection of Fu Lady, began to attack from a distance at the same time. Fifen's overall coordination may still be a little lacking, but the coordination between these people is no problem. Su Jin's auxiliary skills, Zheng Qi's interference, and Niaoliwa's bombing instantly hit the Hong Yuan players who gathered together. Such a blow came very quickly. Although the Hong Yuan players had been prepared for a long time, they still suffered a lot of losses as soon as they started to contact. Shi Yongfei began to issue instructions one by one in the team channel. He did not rush to the front, but protected the ball in the back and commanded his teammates to resist Fifen's fierce attack. Under the command of Shi Yongfei, Hong Yuan's players began to change positions constantly resisting Fifen's impact, frontal, side, and long range, break their defense, kill them. Zheng Qi shouted loudly in the team channel, and Fifen's players also continued to attack the opponent's defense line. In this case, as long as they can rush over, they can at least refresh the football again, and then try to get the ball back. Wait, something seems wrong. Zhu Shan directed Fifen's players to attack in turns, but he soon realized that something was wrong. What's wrong? Zheng Qi asked. Although he was on the front line, the two sides fought fiercely, and he couldn't see the situation in front clearly. The opponent's resistance seems to be a little weaker. Zhu Shan said. No way, coach, I think they resisted fiercely. Zheng Qi retreated from the opponent's formation with a dusty face, and then shouted loudly. His physical value is almost at the bottom now. If Su Jin hadn't used a timely recovery skill on him, he would have left the field to rest for a while. According to my calculations, their resistance should be stronger, even if Shi Yongfei does not participate in the direct confrontation. Zhu Shan said. Zheng Qi was stunned for a moment, and then said. Could it be? The next moment, Bai Senator, who was guarding the door, shouted and confirmed his guess. Shi Yongfei is attacking, and he brought someone with him, Bai Senator said helplessly. Any player guarding the door would appear very helpless when encountering such a situation. Chapter 425. Necessary Adventure. Hong Yuan scored the first goal. It was a wonderful sneak attack. They first pretended to attack with all their strength, and when they were entangled with the opponent's main force, Captain Shi Yongfei and a teammate quietly launched a surprise attack from other roads under the cover of their teammates and scored the first goal. This is a very simple tactic, but Fifen's lack of experience made them lose the ball. It's indeed a problem of lack of experience. This map is not complicated. However, it is obvious that Fifen focused all his energy on the 7 most complicated maps, but didn't understand the ordinary maps. We can't say that this approach is right or wrong. After all, Fifen has created a legendary record of 23 consecutive wins at home. If they hadn't focused on those maps, their winning rate at home would not be so exaggerated as 100%, and this feature prevents them from being too disadvantaged in the playoffs. Because if the map is automatically selected, the probability of drawing a complex map is also 1/3. At the same time, if they draw an ordinary map, as long as it is not a map used by the opponent, they may not suffer a loss. But for Fifen, this alone is not enough for them to enter the playoffs. In order to not suffer a loss in the playoffs, there is a prerequisite that they must enter the playoffs. If they lose the away games in this game as in the past, they are very likely to fall out of the top 9 and lose the qualification for the playoffs. What will Fifen do next? I am very interested now. The commentators discuss the current situation. Hong Yuan dug a pit for Fifen right at the beginning, and then Fifen really jumped into it so stupidly and lost a goal. The next game should be very difficult for Fifen, right? Our experience is really a bit poor. We were fooled like this, but it doesn't matter. We will have an advantage in the next attack. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Yes, we are not familiar with this map, but since it is a not so complex map, it is nothing more than taking advantage of the terrain, divide the troops to attack and make them unable to catch our attack route. Zhu Shan also made his own instructions. Fifen's players nodded one after another. They felt very unconvinced after losing the ball. They still had the advantage in the head-on confrontation, but the opponent sneaked in a goal. This naturally made them feel that the opponent was not their opponent, but just played a conspiracy. As long as they can quickly recover the score, their morale will not be affected. There are 5 or 6 channels that can be moved on the entire map. Fifen immediately divided his troops into 3 groups after the kickoff. Except for Zheng Qi and others who advanced from the right with the football, the other 2 groups of people were feints. They chose one road to move forward to attract the opponent's attention. No matter how they divide their troops, we just need to explore separately. Xi Yongfei gave instructions. In this map, although there are many roads, there are many nodes on the road, which can directly observe the movements of opponents at a longer distance. Hong Yuan sent a player on a road to observe Fifen's movements. In such observation, Hong Yuan soon found the traces of Fifen's 3 groups. Although he couldn't tell whose foot the ball was, Xi Yongfei decided to take a gamble and directly attack the road where Zheng Qi and his team were. They are really unfamiliar with this map, they chose 3 roads that couldn't respond in time. We will definitely win this game. Xi Yongfei said in high spirits. It seems that this is the case. When Zheng Qi saw Hong Yuan's large group of people rushing over aggressively, he knew that the situation was not good. Now he has Su Jin, Fu Lei and Li Gurui by his side. Although they are all good players, the opponent has at least 7 or 8 people. This is a loss no matter how to play. More importantly, if their team didn't bring the ball, it would be a good thing. They just had to entangle the opponent desperately, but now the ball is not controlled by them. You retreat first, I'll cover you. Zheng Qi said to Su Jin decisively. Su Jin didn't say anything and prepared to leave under the cover of Li Gurui and Fu Lei. However, at this time, Xi Yongfei had already observed that their team was the one in control of the ball, and Hong Yuan immediately launched a fierce attack. With 2 consecutive teleportation skills, 5 Hong Yuan players blocked Su Jin's retreat route. Hong Yuan began to attack Zheng Qi and his team from front and back, and smashed down with range skills like they were free, trying to refresh the football. In order to cover Su Jin, Fu Lei died in frustration. Seeing that the football was inevitably refreshed, Su Jin took the initiative to hit the football with a skill, causing it to refresh. Others, scatter and look for the football, we will entangle these guys. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel, and then rushed to Hong Yuan's large force with Li Gurui. They would definitely not be able to beat them, but it was possible to entangle the opponent for a while. Su Jin used all the auxiliary skills he could use on Zheng Qi and Li Gurui, and the 2 of them also showed their full strength under such circumstances. Xi Yongfei could only retreat step by step under Zheng Qi's attack. 2 teammates came up to help him, and Xi Yongfei stabilized his position. Although it was a bit embarrassing to be beaten by Zheng Qi, in fact, Xi Yongfei was not angry. The winner does not need to be angry. He withstood Zheng Qi's counterattack. After the other players of Hong Yuan dispersed, because of their familiarity with the map, they got ahead of Fifen and controlled the ball. Retreat, prepare to defend. Zheng Qi shouted unwillingly, and Fifen's players retreated back to their own half like a tide. Hong Yuan stopped Fifen's attack. They now have possession of the ball again, which is a big blow to Fifen. If they can expand the lead to 2 goals, then their chances of winning this game will be much greater. It is obvious that Fifen is not very familiar with this ordinary map, which is consistent with their previous characteristics. They seem unfamiliar with the terrain, which makes them very passive. This is Fifen's biggest problem now, and it is obvious that Hong Yuan is more familiar with this map, which makes them more flexible in the game. Fifen is now facing a severe situation. If they can't stop the opponent's attack next, then they will face a 2-goal deficit in the second half. On such a map, a 2-goal deficit is very disadvantageous. Based on past games, Fifen's undefeated record at home is based on their ability to always take the lead. In the games where they are behind, they have never won a single game. Of course, they can always take the lead at home. They always fall behind and then lose away from home, and the current situation of the game also proves this. Start defending, everyone. We have suffered some losses, but we must pay more attention next time. Zhu Shan said in the team channel that he was not familiar with this map, especially the details of the terrain. He only had a general understanding of it. If there was no targeted research, it would be difficult to fully understand such terrain details. Everyone's memory is limited. After the game started, the coach could not search the entire map or explore intelligence. He could only rely on his own memory and the memory of the players. This would of course make him very passive. This was the biggest advantage of the home court. Fifan was only very familiar with the 7 most complex maps, but not so familiar with ordinary maps. Zhu Shan should not have been like this. However, after all, he had no experience with such maps for a year or 2. In addition, his attention was focused on the 7 complex maps during this period, so it was normal for him to make mistakes. However, up to now, Fifan's players have run all over the place. Especially in the process of looking for the football just now, Zhu Shan saw some details of the map, so he would not suffer so much in the future. The coach is right. We suffered a loss on the map before. Let's perform well next time and try to kill them. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel. There are many passages, but there are only a few key roads. We don't have to stay in front of the gate. Zheng Qi came up with an idea. That's right, Li Rui, Ban Yuanfen, Zheng Qian, go out with me to harass them. At least in this case, they can't concentrate on attacking, and the more places we go, the clearer the details will be. Zheng Qi nodded, and then quickly named a few people. You go, the defense depends on us. Su Jin nodded. Filady, Zheng Qi and others are responsible for defense, and Su Jin, Zheng Shu and others are in the back to support. They can still do it after supporting for a while. The previous disadvantage was that they didn't know the details of the map clearly. Next, we have to make up for the gap in this aspect. Even if we risk losing the second goal, we have to reduce the gap in this aspect. Su Jing immediately expressed her support for Zheng Qi's proposal. She knew that the current situation was not very good. Even if Zheng Qi and others would not waver, Zheng Qi and others might waver under the mood of gain and loss. In the key confrontation, such wavering will become Fifan's biggest weakness, rather than the visible shortcomings such as unfamiliarity with the map. Zheng Qi and his team went out to explore the map, which gave them a reason for the unfavorable situation that followed. This way, even when the situation was at its worst, all the extraordinary players still had something to rely on. This was very important. Is it a bit risky? Zheng Qi asked hesitantly. Even if it's risky, it's much better than being passive all the time. It's not too late to counterattack in the second half. If we really had a head-on confrontation, they wouldn't be our opponents. If it weren't for the disadvantage of the map, we wouldn't have lost the ball just now. Zheng Qi said decisively. Zheng Qi nodded. This reason convinced him. Indeed, the biggest problem now is this aspect. Finds capture no much as great as Pelaga has to L final. No se indeed all like bus gasms contained exclusive YXO in Medito. Siaskrabata news to Patreon. Recurda, card alike, Siascripts in Odonakin nos anima continued. Great as a todos nos vemos on Elpsmodo.